Who knows? What a strange world we live in, eh? What did I miss last time? Your homebrew? I'm very quiet. All right, I'll fix that in a second. Give me 1 second. Ba ba beep boop bow bow ba 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 beep boop bow bow ba ba beep boop bow beep. Okay, how's that? Is my volume okay? Am I too quiet? Am I too loud? Oh, my audio stuff got messed up. Oy. I'm good? Cool. Dankeschön. Danke. I just made it. I also just cranked it up a little bit, so it might have been quiet before. Oh, boy. Mona Lisa! Who's here? Show me yourselves. Boom! Where's my beautiful Where's my guy? Where's me? Uh-oh. My little me is missing. Where did he go? Cinder? I need you. Huh. What the fuck is happening on my goddamn computer? Anyway, hi guys, how's it going? Okay. Found it. There we go. I was worried he was gone forever. But he's not. Hey guys, sorry about that. What's up, chat? Who's here? Bildo, how's it going, buddy? Shades, how's it going? Warrior Zone, hi. Dinorama, what's up? Phoenix, is this on Twitch? I'm on YouTube. We're just doing YouTube. We're going back to just YouTube for a little bit. Doing experiments because being on both for whatever reason was leading to me making way less money. And if I keep making way less money, I can't keep doing this professionally. So we're going back to just YouTube for a bit. See how that goes. I think we'll be doing some streams on Twitch, but it'll probably be... Okay, like, so for example, I want to play Helldivers on Twitch so I can listen to, like, Vietnam War music while we play. Like, that kind of thing might happen. But I think most of these homebrew things we're going to do on YouTube for the time being. Did Smolder sabotage me? No. No. Fuck me. It is so fucking hot. Holy shit. I'm a sweaty eldritch creature today. Oh my goodness. What's up, Josh? What's up, Dice? Yeah, Dice, if I'm able to figure out making both work, I totally will, but... Split the audio? Do you mean split the audio so, like, it's recorded separately? I don't know what you mean. But yes, maybe. I'm down, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's like 90 degrees where I am today. It's like, I'm not built for that, guys. I'm built for the emptiness of space. All right, let me let the Discord know we're live. Okay. Excuse me. What's my opinion on a two-person party? I love a two-person party. Pixie Palette, you are very kind. Thank you for the support. Welcome to the membership. Very cool. Very, very cool. You made a stupid video and it's doing well. What was the stupid video you made? I think we... Okay, here's the... All right, let me answer you honestly about a two-person party. In order for a two-person party to work, both of the players need to be not the type of player that wants to sit in the back seat. That's what I would say. I would say you can make a really small adventuring party work, but I think if you have less than 3 people, everybody has to be very active. You know how some players kind of take charge of the story while others are comfortable being very reactive and going with the flow? If either one of those players is a very reactive, going with the flow one, it can start to feel a little tunnel visioned. I think you need at least 2 action-oriented characters. Or you run a one-on-one D&D game. But I would think it would feel uncomfortable running a game where one player was really into it and one player was sort of passive. But that's just me. What's the stupid video about? When you see someone identical to you, run away? Oh, like a creepy doppelganger? Or like a rope? What? Okay, yes, I think I understand. Like a creepy doppelganger. Cool. A two-person party would be an amazing opportunity to play Gish characters. Yeah, that's a really good point. Having a very small party is a really wonderful opportunity to play hyper-powerful characters. That's a really, really good point. Can I help you with understanding how spells interact with Wall of Force? Maybe? Maybe I can. I can try. Let's look at Wall of Force for a second. Open! It's floating, whatever. Where's the part? Okay, let's see. Nothing physical can pass through the wall. It is immune to all damage and cannot be dispelled by dispel magic. A disintegrate spell destroys the wall instantly. The wall also extends into the ethereal plane, blocking ethereal travel. Okay, here is how I would work this if I was a dungeon master. I would say the wall basically is a physical wall. It has physical depth and width. It's not like it's made of light. So any spell that normally would not be able to pass through a physical wall, I would say would not work. Like a fireball would crash against it. Anything that being behind cover would prevent you from being able to be affected by, I think it would essentially be cover that you can see through. But I think a spell that you can teleport with, or other spells like Sacred Flame, spells that don't necessarily require like a thing to shoot from you to another thing, I think would work. That's how I would work it anyway. It's a good question. Who else is here? What's up? If it's too much, don't bother. Abdal, my good sir. It is my deepest and greatest pleasure to bother. I'm a fucking man on the internet. It's like all I do. No, we haven't started reviewing yet, Akeem. I'm trying to reflavor a war wizard as a seafaring sailor wizard. Makes sense. All of the abilities make sense other than the 6th level feature. Any suggestions? What do they get at 6th level again? They get like that shield or something? They get something. They get some sort of defense-y thing. No. They get a thing where they can enhance attacks, right? I don't remember. Yeah, you get your little tubes of power. And you get more when you do either of these. And then you can use these to do extra damage. I know what you... I'll tell you what... I know exactly what Power Surge would be, dude. This is easy. Okay, let me ask you a question. Chat, let's see if you can follow my logic and make the guess before I give it. Because I think this is a path that anybody could walk. What sort of things would a sailor use to fight with? Just start listing them. What kind of things, in like a medieval fantasy world, what does a sailor fight with? Cannons, ropes, rapiers, sabers, harpoons, guns. Okay. So with that in mind, which of those items? Okay, great list. Keep listing if you want, but great list. But which of these items have something in common? And that thing is very, very close to what we in the real world might consider magic. Gunpowder. Yeah. So the way that I would reflavor Power Surge would be you essentially converting magic into like little satchels of arcane gunpowder that you can affix to your spells and attacks. It's sort of like you're overstuffing the musket. Does that make sense? That's how you reflavor that. Boom! Easy peas, lemon squeeze, baby. See, Devilman, you don't always need Smolder. because he wouldn't have done that. He wouldn't have taken the time to have that conversation. He would have just yelled at you, and he probably would have accused you for being stupid for not making the connection. And then maybe hint at it, but not say it. I'm just here to be me, you know? I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. Anyway. We got some homebrew review tonight. So, I have an announcement. We have an announcement to make. A super important announcement. I am going to be talking about this throughout the week, but I want you guys to communicate to each other about it in the Discord too, because there is going to be a lot of people affected by this, I am sure. Today is one of the last days of the month of April. When we enter the month of May, we will be doing our annual No May Mayvember, which means, as if you've been around for a while, I much prefer using the word can than the word may. You may punch the lizard, or you can punch the lizard. So for the month of May, the entirety of the month, across all of my stuff, all of my shows, including my member homebrew review shows, there is going to be a rule that I have to follow no matter what. And that rule is, if you use the word may in your homebrew, and I see it, here's what I'm going to say, Matt. I'm going to be pretty strict on it this year, so here's what I'm going to say. The rule is, if you use the word may in your homebrew, I have to stop reading it then and there, and I have to stop giving feedback about it then and there, no matter where I see it in the piece, no matter where we're at in the review. I just have to stop. Now, if you use so the proper usage of the word may is a vague term. It's a gray area. It's not always going to be hard and fast as a rule. So I don't want the rule to be, if you use the word may correctly, then it's okay, because correct is a spectrum. But here's what I'll say. You are allowed to use the word may only if the word can genuinely doesn't replace it. Like, if using the word can genuinely changes the meaning and you need to use the word may, then you can. But I am going to be so fucking strict on that. So, it's starting on Wednesday. And then it's going to be everything for the whole month. It is strict. It's very strict. And it's also totally irrational. Because the way that I think you should use the word may is definitely not the way that everyone does. Or rather, let me rephrase that. The way I think you should not use the word may is not something everybody believes in. There are a great deal of fantastic books published by third-party companies that use it in exactly the way that I despise. And they're still great books. And Wizards of the Coast, I'm sure uses it sometimes in ways that I also despise. And quite frankly, if you want to use it in ways that I don't like, it's okay. And if you've been watching my show for a while, you'll see that over the past month or two, I haven't been correcting it as much. I've been sort of glossing over it. So I acknowledge that it's a slightly irrational rule. And I acknowledge that it is largely my opinion that using the word may instead of the word can when you're describing what features you're giving a character access to, I just think it sounds better to not use may, and that's how I feel, and I know that. But I think I don't care. And I'll tell you why. One of the most powerful tools in your arsenal when it comes to growing as a writer, when it comes to feeling yourself stop that plateau and start to climb again to that next level, is forcing yourself into new and unusual and uncomfortable writing positions. Sometimes that might come in a writing prompt where you are trying to write your first non-damage dealing spell, which is the prompt for this week, basically. But sometimes it's not so much about the creative process of, okay, I have to figure out how to make this thing. Sometimes it's about trying to make you look at your writing with new eyes and trying to make you think about your words with a lot more intention. And that's what the month of May is about for us. Because I want to read your homebrew. And quite frankly, if you use the wrong form of the word May, your piece is probably still fine. But with this slow-hanging guillotine, which leads to consequences which are fairly benign in the long, in the long scheme of things, it's a good challenge to help us try to, I don't know, work a little harder to make sure that everything we use we really care about. Anyway, that's why we're doing it. I think it's going to be fun, but also genuinely starting on May 1st, I would strongly encourage you just not to have the word May in your homebrew. All of Mayhem, Damocles. Listen, if you want to devote the month to figuring out words that have the letters M-A-W in them and compiling them into homebrew, that is a glorious... I'm all for it, man. That's taking that challenge to the next level. All right. Let's get this homebrew wheel together, shall we? So, if you did not send in homebrew yet, the link is still available in the Discord. Not in the Discord. I mean, it's in the Discord, but in the video description of this video. Oops, did I just delete someone? Nope. Okay. And let's take a look at the wheel, shall we? Jem said, at the end of the month, all of chat can dance around with a cannonball. That's funny. Trudosio, how's it going, buddy? It's been a hot sec. Hope you're doing well. It is also in the Discord, yeah. Boom! Wheel. Wheel me this. What are you doing, Trudosio? Trudosio said, I just started working on translating Overwatch characters into subclasses. It will be interesting to say the least. That is such a fucking good idea. Because Overwatch characters basically are level 14 or level 18 D&D characters. They are just a D&D character that has unlocked all of their subclasses. Like, most of them come with, like, a kit that has, like, 3 things. Boom, thing at this level. Boom, thing at this level. Boom, thing at this level. You don't need to do it exactly that way, but that would definitely work. Also, that's another... fuck. I want to do it... Okay, maybe we're going to do a challenge like that next week. Maybe the prompt for next week, we will pick some sort of video game that is widely known, and you have to try to build a D&D subclass based on that. That's the prompt for next week. Somebody in Discord remind me. If you're a mod, send it as a DM. If you're not a mod, just send it in the video suggestions. Okay, next week, I think the theme is going to be for the challenge, because basically, I don't know if you noticed, also, we have a new structure for the week, which is basically, it's not new, it's just more consistent. Open homebrew review Monday, Tuesday call-in show, Wednesday themed homebrew show with a challenge, and then maybe also some other things, depending on what I want to do that week. Thursday, member review. And then sometimes member review will move around to Friday or Saturday, depending on if I have other shit I need to take care of. But maybe next week, maybe next week it'll be something like that. We have to pick a video game. What would be the video game to pick for next week? Actually, let's do that before we start. Let's pick what we're going to do for next week. And I'm going to let you guys, I want you guys to vote on this. So I'll tell you what I was thinking, and I want people to make suggestions in the chat. What would be good video games that have enough characters that we could, because everybody would have to be making it from one video game. So it'd be like this, not from any video game, but from one video game. So for example, I think one of them would be Smash Brothers. Yeah, Josh L, literally, you and I have the same brain. So Smash Bros is going to be one of the ones, and then you guys are going to vote. So I'm going to make a poll. Video game inspiration. I think Overwatch would make sense too. So we're going to put Smash Bros. I'm going to put Overwatch. Should I also put Team Fortress? I feel like Overwatch is more interesting than Team Fortress. Pokemon. I feel like Pokemon is too much. League of Legends. We could do one of the Dota games. Yeah. Okay, which of those games do we do? If we put one of the Dota games on it, do we Dota or League of Legends? Which one? I don't want to do both. What do you guys care about more? League? League. Okay, we'll put League of Legends as well. And we'll put one more. We'll put one more option. So the options right now are, we're going to make, the options for the challenge for next week are either going to be, we are making a subclass based on a character from Super Smash Brothers. We're making a subclass from a character from Overwatch. We're making a character from League of Legends. And we need one more game. One more game. Pong, GoldenEye. If I don't get a good suggestion, we're just going to pick from one of these three. Esports? Undertale? Guys, it has to be games with a shit ton of playable characters. You're saying one-player games. WoW? Mortal Kombat? Mortal Kombat could work. I feel like Mortal Kombat is the strongest of those options so far. Okay. I think it's going to be Mortal Kombat. I think we're doing Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat. I love all these ideas. Injustice 2 is kind of fun, but that would be a different one because I think if we're going to do an Injustice game, I would rather devote a whole stream to just superheroes and just do a superhero one. And it's like, you got to try to pick a character from Marvel or DC and try to make them. I'm going to make Captain Iron Flask or whatever. Like, not make up a new one. Like, base it off one of them. So we'll do that instead. Okay, I'm going to start the poll. The poll is going to show up in the chat. Get ready to vote. Ready to go vote. Go vote on the poll. Vote on the poll. What do we want? Are we basing... This is for the subclass design challenge for next week. Are we going to be doing Smash Brothers? Are we going to be doing Overwatch? Are we going to be doing League of Legends? Are we going to be doing Mortal Kombat? About half of you have voted, so keep the votes coming. We are going to wait till... There's 81 of you here. I'm going to wait till it gets to 50-ish. Maybe we'll wait till it gets a little bit past that. Although Smash is fucking dominating. So once it gets to... If the numbers don't change dramatically soon, I think we're going to end it with Smash. It's looking like it's going to be Smash. Yeah, it's Smash. It's Smash. All right. We're ending the poll. All right, poll is over. With 55 votes and 43%, next week we are going to be doing Super Smash Bros. as the themed homebrew review. So, here's the rules. Here are the rules immediately. It can be any character from any version of Super Smash. I just request that you share which version it's from. So, because I'm not familiar with all of them, but I do know that some of them change fairly dramatically throughout the series. So just pick which one you're basing them off of. And here's what I'm going to say. This is going to be the real challenge. This is genuinely the real challenge. If you, for example, pick Link as the character you are going to make a subclass based off of, you are not making a subclass based off of Link. You are making a subclass based off of the Super Smash Brothers version of Link. Does that make sense? Your goal should not be necessarily to copy the totality of the fiction of the character. Your goal should be to copy the feeling of the gameplay of the video game character. And I will make all of that clear in the form. But that's the goal. Because I want to be specific here. All right, so... Oh my god, that's going to be so much fun. Cool. Okay, anyway, let's look at the wheel. Tonight is not what we're doing that. Tonight, It is open. Tonight it is, the night is for you. Let's see if anybody else submitted. Logan was the last person. We got a bunch of new ones. Absolutely glorious. Tonight there is no theme. Tonight the theme is, what are you working on that you need help with? Tonight the theme is, gimme gimme pancakes, apple apple, apple apple. Thank you for the idea, Tradosia. I appreciate it. Listen, man. I'm not going to be a liar. You have good ideas a lot. So maybe I'm not good at pointing them out as much because I've come to just grow familiar with... Oh, Tradosia said something that's probably worth reading. But I acknowledge it. I'm vocalizing it. I'm sharing. Just because a wonderful thing happens often does not mean we should grow weary of acknowledging its wonder. You know? Anyway, I pulled that out of my butt. Ah boo ba doo ba da ba dee ba doo ba dee ba doo ba da ba doo ba dee ba doo ba doo ba doo boo bee boo bow bee ba doo ba ba dee boo ba lee ba ba doo ba ba doo bee ba doo bow. Oh. It's a classic of the channel. Some say a companion, others a rival. Just kidding. Databank's lovely. This first piece we're going to look at is from Databank. Let's see. They said, mid-level zombie boss, please card read flavor text. Are you talking to the card or are you talking to me? Okay, oh, you want me to read the flavor text of the card? Okay, I understand. I understand. This is called the Spineless Thug. All right, so let me share this in the chat. So just so you guys know, I'm also going to change the tunes up a little bit because if we keep listening to music with this hectic vibe, I am going to lose my brain eventually. But we'll go back to it in a bit. We have to switch around. Let's get a little bit fantasy just for a slice. You know what I mean? All right, there we go. Alrighty. So Databank is a buddy of the channel, and he, for the longest time, has been working on this project where he is translating magic cards into D&D stuff, which I think is a really fun thing to do. It's one of those things where if you are not sure what to do, if you're having writer's block, one of the coolest and easiest things to do is exactly this, is to turn that writer's block into, I am going to take inspiration from something that I like. Let me make myself a little bit bigger. It's a good strat. It's a good strat in the world of, I don't know what I'm doing right now, but I want to make something. Oh, are you being fucked up? Oh my god. Okay, never mind. I can't do everything I want. I can't do everything I want. I can't do everything I want. Okay. Anyway, I'm supposed to read the flavor text of Spineless Thug. Is that what it is? I'm going to assume so, because that's the one it popped up on. It says Spineless Thug. It's a 2/2, 1 swamp, 1 whatever that means. It can't block, and its flavor text is, what it lacks in backbone, it makes up for in cruelty. Ooh, okay. So it's not here to be friends. It's not a nice... It's not one of the nice guys. Spineless Thug. I gotta make you bigger. What do you think the hardest Smash character to translate will be? I don't know, man, but that's a fun challenge. Spineless Thug is what the old lady in the street calls me when I accidentally step on her lawn. The link to submit Homebrew is in the video description. Spineless Thug. These are undead found throughout the multiverse, either as commanders in undead armies or a frightening guard in a market city, half alive. They're kept alive through artifice, not magic. Bulbous tubes flow in and around its mummified body. The body inside is usually a stitched together abomination of multiple creatures. Flavor text is pretty solid. I wouldn't use the word body 2 sentences in a row, but other than that, solid. While these while these brutes mindlessly follow any orders, they also like to injure and maim in their fights. Missing words. Pushing themselves further to deal themselves, maiming to maim themselves in their fights. All right, cool. And then each spineless thug has a number carefully carved on its body. This is either a part of its undead ritual or a mark denoting how many were made. Okay, fix your flavor text, but you're gonna do that, I'm gonna assume. You got some funny flavor text mistakes though. Watch out, I'm gonna burp soon. There we go. Oh my god, it's so fucking hot. Okay, CR4, 75 hit points. So you wanted me to read the flavor text. What it lacks in cruelty, or what it lacks in backbone, it makes up for in cruelty. All right, let's see what's going on. It's immune to being blinded, frightened, paralyzed, petrified, poisoned. It has advantage against turn undead. It doesn't require that stuff. It's got undead fortitude. It's got a multi-attack with some claws and a mace. It's CR4, right? Yeah. And then it has bloat tubes. The thug's tubes bulge outward. Its attacks deal an extra D8 damage on each hit. Until the end of its next turn, the thug has vulnerability to piercing and slashing. Clarify how long this lasts. Like, does this last until the end of its next turn, or is this, like, intended to be a stacking mechanic? I almost want to... It almost feels like this is intended to be a stacking mechanic, because this thing does not hit that... This is, like, not strong enough for a CR4 monster. Like, this is pretty low damage output. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I think that you're intending for this to stack. I'm not sure. If you are, I think you need to make that clear. The other thing is you need to put a limit on it. So I would probably make it stack up to a maximum of 3d8. And then even then, I would probably have that go down also after a certain amount of time. The card is not strong enough for 2 mana, so it's thematic. Okay. Okay. I think this is interesting, but I feel like I wouldn't put this in as... I don't know, man. I like the idea of it gets vulnerability instead of it dealing damage to itself, which is like normally what would happen here. I just don't know if I feel like the extra D8 on a hit is, like, enough. Because you also kind of give it this vibe of it's kind of unstoppable. It's like... I don't know. I might mess around... 2 things. I might mess around with it also affecting its movement. And I also might have this thing have some interaction with electricity, with lightning damage. Because you mention up here that it's made from artifice, not magic. And this doesn't really have anything in it that indicates that it's not just an undead. And whenever there's an undead type thing in D&D, I feel like it's a lot more interesting for that to be represented in the, you know, in the features. And even if it just makes it do something weird with lightning damage, I think there's a lot of ways you could do it. It could affect... Lightning damage could affect its undead fortitude. It could have some either resistance or vulnerability to lightning, or... I mean, there's a lot of different things you could do, but I would just encourage you to make this thing feel not just like an undead creature. Those would be my thoughts. Thank you, Data. As always, I have forgot to prepare the applause button. Classic. But I am getting faster at pulling it up because I do forget to do it just about every stream. Thank you, Data. Let's give a round of applause to Databank. Pretty straightforward monster. With a pretty interesting and fun mechanic to play with. I don't think we see enough situations of playing around with damage vulnerability in monsters. You know? I want to see more of it. Hopefully we got today time for Boogitas. I hope we got today time for Boogitas too, man. I'm all about it. Speaking of Boogitas. Hey, Rebooms. Anybody under you? Yeah. A handful of people. Oh, shoot. It's Ben's here. I wonder if he brought the 10. Get it? Oh, I'm so funny. Ganon Sorcerer is an interesting one. Kung Fu Grizzly. I feel like if I was going to do one of the heavy hitters, I'd probably go Barbarian with them. With Ganondorf or Bowser or Donkey Kong. But I'm excited to see people's weird ideas. Kung Fu Grizzly. That's a fun name, dude. A cursed item that grants abilities to the one who succeeds in attuning to it. Now, I will say, that is not an uncommon thing for cursed items to do. There are a handful of items, and even a spell or two, that in order for them to work, you have to succeed on a saving throw, or something bad happens. So, I think it's a wonderful... It is not a path untrodden, but to trod again is not... There's nothing wrong with to trod again. Bracer of the Raven Queen's Shadow. Can I make a suggestion? This name is too long. You need to cut something off of it. I think you either call it Bracer of the Raven Queen, or you call it the Raven Queen's Shadow. Bracer of the Raven Queen's Shadow is too long of a name. Good night, animators. Right? Doesn't either one of those sound better? The Raven Queen's Shadow? Bracers of the Raven Queen? I think either of those sounds better. I think it's the blank of the... When you have blank, you kind of want to have blank of the blank. Blank of the blank's blank is starting to make the sentence too long. And you can always call it a bracer down here, or you can always describe it as shadowy Raven Queen up here. So that's sort of fine. What is it, though, actually? It's a bracer. Requires attunement by gaining the Raven Queen's acceptance. This seemingly simple leather bracer has blackened stitching and silvered socket. And a silvered socket holding a piece of obsidian. Upon donning the bracer, 6 black bead-like claws extend from the obsidian, piercing the wearer's arm for 1d10 piercing damage and attaching the bracer to it firmly. It cannot be removed until you're unattuned for it. Did we review this already? If I didn't review this already, I saw something that had almost this exact mechanics before. I don't remember. Here's what I'm going to say. Doing 1d10 piercing damage to attune to an item, I think is a cool, fun idea. I think that this item is probably closer to a legendary item or an artifact, considering it's going to grow in this way. And I think beyond that, I'm going to suggest here that 1d10 piercing damage once is not a big deal, just so you know. All right, let's take a look at what we get at the initial version. We get Dark Vision. Once per long rest, the bracer pulls its bearer, spelled wrong, pulls its bearer to the dream realm and manifests a dream of the in which the Raven Queen appears. You must succeed on a DC. If you're going to write the second sentence in the second person, write the first sentence in the second person too. Either keep talking like you. Once per long rest, the bracer pulls you. You say you here, and then you need to say you here. Here is a writing tip that I'm kind of shocked people maybe aren't taught or said explicitly, but do not change the tense of your writing in the middle of it. If you are starting your writing in the third person, write the whole thing, at least the whole paragraph, but realistically the whole section, but more realistically the whole piece in the third person. When you change tense in the middle, it sounds bad. Anyway, once per long rest, you have to make a wisdom saving throw. No, DC wisdom insight check and to speak with her, and a charisma check to convince her of your worthiness. On a successful check, the Raven Queen imbues the bracer with magic, allowing you to attune to it. On a failed wisdom check, the dream ends abruptly. On a failed charisma check, the bracer unleashes psychic damage. Psychic Screech, dealing 1d8 psychic damage to you as you wake. The dream reoccurs until you succeed and attune to it. Oh, okay. I see what's happening here. So, I'm going to say something here. I think the way this thing is written is incorrect. Because look what you do here. You describe how the thing works, and then you tell us a cool power it gives us, but then you go back to describing how it works. This should be in the same section as this. This two states version feels weird. This feels off to me. I don't think this I don't know, man. I don't think and I feel like I've given this feedback before. But I feel like this two form feels weird. The way that it's written, it kind of throws me off. I'm not sure why. I think maybe because it feels like part of the mechanics are in where the flavor text is, and then it enters into like a mode. I'm not sure. It doesn't I think you got to recalculate something here though. Oh no, this is because it's 90 fucking degrees out, and this is a very airy shirt. Yeah, maybe I'm just being confused by it. I don't know. I just feel like the way this is written makes this feel tedious right now. I feel like this whole thing should be considered a curse, because you can't remove it. And then there should be a broken curse mode. I think it kind of doesn't make sense to have it have, here's like basically the curse, but actually here's the curse, and here's the not curse. Yeah, it is written weird. It's written weird. I think you gotta just make all of this fucking thing the same thing. I don't know why you split it up. I said that like 16 times now, so I'm just gonna pray that you took that feedback and move on. Okay, so then you can attune to it. Yeah, this is the fucking problem. The problem is that I don't understand that. Okay, this is the problem, and it's something that people do a lot, and I think it's a totally reasonable mistake to make, but I'm pointing it out, and I encourage you to change, which is, why do people make overcomplicated systems to accomplish the goal that a simple system can accomplish? And that's what's happening here. This quite literally could be a cursed item that functions like a totally normal cursed item, where once you attune to it, these things happen, and until you break this curse, these things happen. The fact that you've created an alternative system where you have to put it on, and then you have to play this mini game every night to dance with attunement, it's just a overcomplicated version of the way any ordinary cursed item could be written. And the thing is, maybe it feels like it's adding something because it is doing it in a different way, but the way that it's doing it in a different way is literally the same from the player perspective as if you had a curse where every night you had to make a wisdom check and a charisma check, and on a failed this happened, and on a failed this happened. But if you succeeded on either, then the curse was lifted. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems overcomplicated. Okay, rant over. I'm glad I could clarify why I felt like this thing felt kind of dissonant so far. It has an activated version. Okay, so once you do all of this stuff, it becomes activated. Each dawn, it gains regains 1d4 plus 2 max magic charges. What is the maximum number of charges it can have at any time? That is needed here. While attuned, the obsidian becomes transparent, revealing a fate symbol of the dragon queen. And also, there's way too much flavor text in the middle of features. It's frustrating to feel like the reader is getting into mechanics, and then they're not getting into mechanics. They have to, like, find the mechanics other places. As a bonus action, you can summon Queen's Scout. It appears in an occupied space. When it drops to 0 hit points, it disappears, leaving behind no physical form. It reappears when you summon it again. As a bonus action, you can temporarily dismiss it into a pocket dimension. Why are there bullet points here? What are these connected to? Detect thoughts. Okay. Okay. Yeah. First of all, I'm 99% sure I've read this already, but it's okay if I haven't, but I am 99% sure I have. But I'm going to give you feedback that I'm almost positive I gave you already. The order of operations here genuinely is ruining the piece, and it sucks, but that's what's happening here. Because look at what you're doing. You tell us we get charges, then you tell us some totally crazy new mechanic that has nothing to do with charges, and then, without even acknowledging that we are now finally talking about charges, you just go into it. Why the hell didn't you keep the charges? Like, why not talk about the charges with the features that give us, that we use them with? Do you know what I mean? If you're gonna say you get these charges, then the next thing that you should say is this. And then at the end, you say this. Now, the way that this also reads, it sounds like this pet is infinite use. The pet is pretty strong in terms of getting some, like, interesting stuff. Being able to blind people is a pretty big deal, especially a 15-foot radius where you're, or even if it's just a line. You wouldn't say, 15-foot radius is fucking huge. That's a huge area, and it can literally just do that every turn. So with that in mind, this is probably closer to a legendary item than a rare item. You could maybe get away with it as very rare. But it would be on the higher side of very rare, and you should tweak the saving throws to accommodate that. Being able to infinitely summon a creature that can blind everything around it is insanely strong. Or to always give advantage on an attack. Although they can kind of do that anyway. No, but it's for a whole minute. Holy fuck. Yeah, dude, this is too strong. Way too strong. Way too strong. And it's getting all these spells. Holy shit. Yeah, no, this is a legendary item. This is a legendary item. Oh, it's a once per day summon. And you can temporarily dismiss it. I see. Yeah, I think that's another issue of the way it's worded is just confusing. Because this is sort of described in the way that, like, Find Familiar would be, where you can kind of pop them in and out. Yeah, I think the main piece of feedback I have for you, Kung Fu Grizzly, is you got to work on your formatting, dude. It can just cast True Strike, though. It doesn't... What is that? Yazakon, what are you talking about? Oh, it can also cast True Strike. I didn't even notice that. It can cast spells? Its branding beak is much stronger than True Strike. Yeah, it's overpowered, and the way that it's formatted is pretty jank right now. But that's okay. Those are two very easy things to work on. You got it when you're formatting your homebrew, you have to try to imagine that it is somebody's first time reading it. So you want it to be a journey that they can go on logically. That's going to do you a lot of favors. Bullet points are great when you use them well, but this is a great example of bullet points making a piece feel way more confusing. So every tool can help or can hinder, depending on how you're dancing with it. All right, thank you, Kung Fu Grizzly. Let's give them a round of applause. Ooh, we got some new ones. The wheel grows ever larger. Do you do your own thumbnail art for the streams? I do. I do all my own everything for everything. I don't know if my thumbnail art is good. I don't think my thumbnail game is great, but I don't have the kind of money to pay for people to do that stuff for me. And I think it's good to learn the skill if you can. Yeah, I'll play around with that this weekend. You like the smolder one? Yeah, that was good. Are you on the wheel? I don't fucking know, man. Did you fill out the form properly? If your name is Dapper on the form, then I would say probably not. Maybe. I don't fucking know. I don't know if the form lurks right here. You can literally check yourself by clicking the form again and checking. Anyway. Whoa, what the fuck just happened? What was that? You're not on the wheel? Dinorama, did you fucking fill out the form properly? Dapper, you are. You're right here. Any single person that filled out the form properly, 99% of the time, the person did not submit Homebrew to the right wheel, or they just are not actually able to see their name because there's a lot of names. So, as always, it is definitely your fault if you can't see it, either because you were incapable of finding the right thing, or because you just can't see your name. Dinorama, can I do you a favor right now? I'm gonna give you the greatest kindness in the world right now. I'm gonna give you a greater kindness than I have ever given anyone on stream. And if you do not wield it well, you will forever lament that choice. Okay? Dinorama, this is for you. Immediately, right fucking now, you need to go back into the submission form. You need to... Oh, no, you don't need to do that. You need to go into the whatever thing you submitted, and you need to change it so that the link is publicly available. Because I was setting up a wheel the other day, and you, I noticed, did not properly submit your Homebrew link. And I'm telling you now, you still have time to change it to make the Google link shareable. But if we roll you, and the Google link is still not shareable, we will not look at your Homebrew. So, all of this hope that you have would be totally futile. So, go check to make sure you actually made it shareable. How do you do that? Try opening it in an incognito window. Where could you find that information? In the form that you used to submit it. Unrated. Well, we'll see about that. To get feedback on my interpretation of the Mimic Knight subclass, does it sound fun? How would you change it? So, just to clarify, I usually tell people what are your goals with the piece. I don't need you to tell me your goals are to get feedback. I know your goals are to get feedback. I want to know what your goals for the piece are. Like, what is the ideal outcome of the piece? My goal is to make a homebrew magic item that my player can use so that their character can feel special. My goal is to make a barbarian subclass that feels magical, but not like a spellcaster. My goal is to make a eldritch sorcerer that feels more body horror and less psychic than the aberrant mind sorcerer. That's what I mean when I ask what your goal is. I know your goal is to get feedback. If you don't have an answer, you don't need to write anything there. But when you say, my goal is to get feedback, it's just sort of like, okay, I know. We're all here together. You need to format your piece better. Unrated, this is bad formatting. Bad formatting. Can I show you something? This is how you fix this. That helped quite a bit, and it wasn't much. You want to fix it more? This. Do this. Oh, here's the link to hers. Unrated. You don't need to apologize. You are submitting Homebrew for feedback. This is what the game is. I'm giving you feedback. So here's my first feedback. This is impossible to read. This will make me tired. I'm going to get bored reading this. This is a uninteresting block of words with no paragraph indents, giant chunky text, and absolutely nothing dynamic in it, the way it's structured. And when you write like that, nobody's going to read your Homebrew because it starts to feel like it's work to read. Your goal should be that it should be fun to read. So you want to format it in a way that it's a little bit fun to read, or at least easier to read. Now I don't need to hunt for the 7th level feature. I can see that the 7th level feature is here. Dinorama, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to give you a moment to catch yourself. If you submitted properly since I last refreshed the wheel, you should be on the wheel right now. If you did not submit since then, you won't be on it yet. If you want me to take the time to find you on the wheel, I am going to be really fucking frustrated if you're on the wheel. If you submitted stuff properly, you should be there. You likely just didn't see yourself. This is the second time that I'm taking time out of stream because you're uncertain. It's okay to be uncertain, but you need to chill out. If you complain about it again and you're on the wheel, I'm taking you off the wheel. Because I don't want to waste time on this. I want to talk about Homebrew. Anyway, unrated. One of the hardest parts of Homebrew is making somebody want to read your Homebrew and making your Homebrew enjoyable. And that is often the difference between somebody accepting your writing or not. Whether that comes from, like, I'm gonna be very blunt with you. I'm gonna give you feedback here, but I'm telling you there are gonna be at least, and I'm not saying this to be mean, I'm saying this because I just want to prepare you. There's gonna be at least a couple times where I'm gonna sigh very loudly during this review. And that has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with your skills as a writer. It has everything to do with this structure of writing is genuinely tiring to read when it is this chunky. So it's not me. I don't want you to feel bad when that happens. But the reason why I'm going on this diatribe is that feeling of like, ugh. That is the last feeling you want when somebody is reading your writing. You want them to be eager to keep going. And it is so much easier to make them eager to keep going when you start to format your piece with a little bit more structure. And the closer you can match the structure of officially published content, the easier people will digest it. If you want help with that, I literally include a template of all the different fonts and sizes and headers and footers that D&D uses for their official Unearthed Arcana content. Now, let's take a look at the subclass actually. Formatting rant over. Monstrous ally. Beginning when you choose this archetype at 3rd level, you gain a mimic as an ally. Once per long rest, choose either a piece of armor, a weapon, or a shield for your mimic to take the form of. As a piece of armor, when worn, you gain the AC and properties associated with the armor it's mimicking. You also gain resistance to acid damage and 5 temporary hit points. The temporary hit points are restored on a long or short rest. Choosing a different form from your mimic gets rid of these effects. Yeah, like this. Can I just show you a great way to change the way that this is written? So, like, look at this. How about this? What if you're at this? After a long rest, choose one of the following forms for the mimic to take, granting you special bonuses while wielding it. Okay? And then you go armor. And then you go weapon. And then you go. Because what you're building is cool. Like, structurally, I like your piece so far. So I kind of want you to fix this. Like, look how much nicer that looks. Look how much fucking nicer that looks to read than that. This makes me feel like I'm going to be tired reading this. This makes me excited to explore a feature. Dude, unrated, you're seeing what I'm doing. I'm not going to edit your whole piece. I did this in 8 seconds. I have the utmost confidence that you are able to do this. I believe in you. Okay, let's get back to your piece. Oh, that's a giant spider. What's up, dude? You're getting big. Where you going? You gonna find some cool stuff to eat? Okay, let's see. So, when it's in its armor form, you resistant to acid damage and 5 temporary hit points. When it's a weapon form, if you miss a creature's AC by 1, you can choose to disarm the target of the attack if it's wielding a weapon or shield. You also gain extra damage. That's too many things. Also, okay. First of all, this first part, like, all right, unrated. If you want to have features like this, if you miss a creature's AC by 1, you can choose to disarm the target of the attack if it's wielding a weapon or shield. If you want to have features like this, it demands of you to be formatting your piece well and to be changing your sentence structure and to be dotting all your I's and crossing all your T's. There's a couple pretty important things missing in this sentence. Namely, does this happen automatically? Because right now, this happens automatically. And that's crazy. This should not happen automatically. There needs to be some sort of contested check, some sort of saving throw involved. And if there is, you need to also give the information to the player that if it's a saving throw, what is that saving throw DC based off of? And if it is a contested check, what is that check? But we need the mechanics for how this works. Also, dealing an extra 1d4 plus your proficiency damage on every hit is stupidly overpowered. Shockingly overpowered. This would be balanced if it was 1d4 extra damage once per turn. Or 1d4 extra damage plus something once per turn. I would probably make it something where it started as like 1d6 and then it grew to like 1d10 once you got to higher level or something like that. But this is, to be able to do this on every single hit is ridiculously too powerful. It's roughly, to give you a sense of what I mean, it's roughly the same power level as like having a 3rd or 4th level concentration spell on you, but better all the time. And then as a shield, if a creature hits you, you can roll an attack of opportunity on that creature as a reaction. What sort of attack? What are you making that attack with? Additionally, if a creature you can see within 5 feet of you, if a creature you can see is within 5 feet of you, as an action, holy shit, like this organization, fix this. As an action, you can attempt to shield bash that creature. Like, all of these words you don't need. Just say, in addition, you gain a special action where you can attempt to shield bash a creature, period. So too many words, my friend. That creature must succeed on an athletics check, DC 10 plus... Hey, see, you did it here. You did it here. Why don't you do it up here? If the creature fails, it is pushed back 10 feet and is knocked prone, choosing a different form for your mimic rinse these effects. Okay, these features feel incomplete and imbalanced. I want to suggest two things. One, right now, each one of these is doing two different things. I don't know if that's a good idea. I would probably start with each one doing one thing and seeing if you can get all of those one things to feel balanced. Because right now, these also don't feel balanced against each other. Like, there's never a reason to... The armor one is so bad. It's just terrible. And the shield one is not that good either. I mean, the reaction opportunity attack is too good. And then everything else is like... I could basically do this anyway, because normally in D&D, you can replace a single attack of your attack action as a push to knock a creature back or prone. This doesn't take an attack, it takes your whole action, and it just does both at the same time. Like, it feels like a nothing burger. So I think you gotta reevaluate the power level of these, and maybe the solution there is to not have each one be doing two different things, because that I think you're overcomplicating it for yourself. And if you do that, if you make each one of these just do one thing, then you have more real estate at third level. And what I would suggest doing is having it be that each one of these gives one feature, and then regardless of which one you have another third level feature that is just sort of a part of your subclass. And have it be more of a ribbon feature, you know? You have advantage on checks to spot creatures that you are using the false appearance feature, because you are now, you're familiar with mimics now, or whatever. But something situational and something flavorful. Because right now, this is too much and too imbalanced. Okay, let's take a look at 7th level. At 7th level, we get camouflage. Beginning at 7th level, you learn how to hide your mimic and yourself much better. When your mimic is mimicking armor, that's a funny phrase. I acknowledge that that's just the way you're writing it, and that's fine, but it's a funny phrase. You should know that when somebody reads this, they're gonna chuckle. When your mimic, and that might not be a good thing. That is not necessarily a chuckle of intention. If you want it to be an intentional chuckle, that's great. Urple? Why you keep saying Urple? And Miles, what are you talking about? You good? Okay, when your mimic is mimicking armor that you are wearing, you have advantage on stealth checks. Additionally, okay, so again, I'm going to point out two things here. One, the way I suggested you restructure this, and you say this. You say, at 7th level, your mimic forms grow in the following ways. Armor, bop, 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 bop. Weapon, bop, 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 bop. Thing, bop, 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 bop. You do that. The other thing is that none of these features work here. Not a single one. If the very first thing we get is our mimic forms, they should not immediately grow at level 7. Almost every single subclass in D&D that gets something where it gets special forms or options at 3rd level, they never improve immediately at the next level. They almost always improve at the second to highest capstone feature, or like the second tier up, or the last capstone feature. And the reason for that is you have to remember that your D&D character that you're designing needs to work for ideas far beyond what you as a designer are planning for. I guarantee you, if somebody uses your Mimic Knight subclass, they are going to spend more time with it than you are going to as the writer. So what can we do as designers to make sure that this thing that we're building, that unfortunately will always be limited by our own perception and experience, can still be applicable to things way beyond what we would have planned for? And it's to give a variety of features that move in different branching directions. So, at 3rd level, we get some fun combat features that we can use with our Mimic. Great decision to make at 3rd level, especially for a fighter. We don't need 3 slightly different iterations of these features at 7th level. Another way to look at this would be you are now a 7th level fighter that still basically has one subclass feature, which is not that fun. So at 7th level, we should be getting new options. We should be adding new elements. Things that do not tie immediately to the 3rd level feature because we want to be branching out. And that is where utility features come in. That is where RP type features, that is where ribbon features, they do a lot of work for that. And it doesn't need to be complicated. Look at the Beast Barbarian. At 3rd level, they get 3 different ways to bite or hit stuff. At 6th level, they get 3 different ways to move. But you know what? Both of those cover a shit ton of ground in terms of what is possible in gameplay. What do these improve? You have advantage on stealth, and you get more hit points. It now does, the damage is now extra overpowered. And these things can become concealable. I mean, having your mimics become concealable is cool, but I would say that's the thing to lean into. I wouldn't do the other stuff. Certainly wouldn't do the damage. Yeah, okay. I don't know if it's gonna, I'm gonna be honest. I think we're gonna stop giving feedback here. Yeah, because it's not really going to be helpful for you, because the thing that you were doing that I thought wasn't working by 7th level is what you continue to do, it looks like, the whole piece. So, it doesn't really matter what I think of these features, because if they feel they kind of aren't working here, they definitely are going to feel that way here and here and here. So, I think if I were you, I would burn everything after 3rd level, reorganize 3rd level, simplify it a little bit, maybe add another 3rd level feature, and then start building off of that, but start by adding new things instead of just making the same 3 things grow. Because here's the way to think about it. By let's 18th level, you have 2 mimics. Lovely. But let's talk about 15th level, which, by the way, you are never going to get to. You are never going to get to 15th level, just so you know. Less than 5% of games get to 15th level. So, assuming that you get to 15th level, which is a huge feat, your whole subclass is, I get to have one special thing that does 2 things, and I can change what it is over a long rest. Do you want your whole subclass by 15th level to be, my sword has acid? No. You want to feel like a fleshed out thing. So, you got to change all of these. Okay, you want me to look at the 18th level? Sure. You can have 2 mimics. Additionally, when you have one of your mimics in either its armor or shield form, you become immune to acid damage. This is a nothing burger. Genuinely a nothing burger. This maybe works as an 18th level feature if you completely get rid of 15th, 10th, and 7th, and you make it so the 3rd level feature evolves once at 10th, and then at 7th level and 15th level, we get brand new stuff. Then this could work. I will also say that it's not particularly exciting, which I don't know if that matters to you or not. It's one of those features that feels like a comfort feature, like an ease of life, ease of use feature. What's the word I'm looking for? Like a quality of life. It feels like a quality of life feature. And I think that sometimes we need to make quality of life features, but I think I feel pretty strongly that as much as we need quality of life features, I feel like we want our capstone to not feel like a quality of life feature. I feel like we want it to think like fucking awesome feature. And it might be fucking awesome. There's definitely players that are gonna be like, cool, now I can have these whole 2 things at the same time. But I would maybe try to think a little bit more wow. Miles wants to reiterate that you have to carry around extra armor if you ever have the mimic not be armor. Miles? Heard. I also think it's not the... Yeah, that would be annoying, but I also don't think it's the biggest deal in the world. No, don't feel bad. I was just acknowledging it because I didn't see it before. My tone was bad. You have to understand, guys, it's so fucking hot in my room right now that I don't have as much emotional energy to be super smile all the time, but my heart is in the right place. You thought that would add to the roleplay? I mean, I guess that would add to the roleplay, but again, unrated. Do you remember what I said at the beginning of this? You have to stop thinking about the way you would play this thing, and you have to start thinking about it the way anybody could play this thing. And then you want to build it in to be that, if the goal is to make it, like, work out in the world. There's a lot, and this is something that we've seen a lot of, where somebody creates a gameplay loop to try to make a character idea, but they're missing the forest for the trees in that they're not realizing they're super tunnel visioning, but they really shouldn't be, because it's like that a lot of that stuff shouldn't be there in the mechanics because it doesn't have to be. The players can choose to incorporate whatever they want for, you know what I mean? Like, there was one person that had a thing where it was like they wanted to have a feature where somebody had like a clapping power, and they liked the idea that, like, when you clap, people don't know what you're gonna do. And it was just so fucking bloated because it felt like 2/3 of the character they were trying to base it off of could have been done through roleplay and, like, things that weren't specifically subclass related. So a lot of the time you don't want to get too tunnel visioned on your version of the thing unless it's a thing you're making for yourself. But if your goal is, I want to put this in the public, I want to be a writer, I want to do a Kickstarter, I want to get famous, I want to get Reddit famous for my homebrew, whatever, then you kind of need to try to think about it from more of a game designer perspective as opposed to a this is what I like for me perspective. Alrighty, those be my thoughts. Thank you very much for sharing, Unrated. I love the flavor. The idea of a fighter who becomes friends with a mimic that grows with him on the adventure, I think is great. And I 100% agree with your idea to not give the mimic a stat block, but to have it essentially become a morphing magic item. I think that works really well. I also think that really simplifies it and creates a lot of space that you have real estate for to make other fun features and dynamic features. If it was a true minion, I think it would end up being extra convoluted and not as potentially fun. Anyway, thank you for sharing. Very nice piece. Very nice. Thank you, thank you. I love mimics. I tried to make a mimic rogue once, and it's somewhere on the internet. I don't know if it's good or not. It might, it was complicated. It was, if you ever find it, it's overly worded because it's a complicated feature. Just got here. Was this open to re-reviews, or did I read a mimic subclass somewhere else? You read a mimic subclass somewhere else. Shalakor, I don't think I saw that one before. I feel like the mimic subclass is not an uncommon idea, so you might have bumped into it before. You also, this person may have sent it in the Discord or posted it on the line or whatever. You're welcome, Unrated. Thank you for sharing. Excuse me. Anybody new since Clint? Ooh, 2 of you. Look. My first thought for a mimic knight would be an artificer. See, I disagree. I think I would go with fighter. I agree with Unrated because artificers build their object. So you don't build a mimic. A mimic is not a robot. A mimic is not a creation. A mimic is a creature. So I would go with either a fighter or... I would go with a fighter or a ranger, but I think going fighter is the move. I agree 100%. I agree 100% with Unrated there. Like, especially with that idea, because what is a fight? Like, if you take a fighter outside of the context of, like, action surge, fighters are their tools, right? A fighter is defined more than any other class by the items they wield. So it totally makes sense for you having a mimic, which is an item to be on a fighter. I think the vibe is strong there. And fighters also get a lot of subclass levels, so there's a lot more room to give them cool stuff. Also, in general, fighters are one of the best classes to make a subclass for if you have a really out there idea, because the base class doesn't really require any specific vibe or mechanic that you need to think about outside of Action Surge. So long as you remember that whatever I make, it has to still work with Action Surge, you're basically fine. But if you want to build a barbarian, you have all these things you have to think about for rage mechanic and reckless attack you kind of have to build around. If you want to build a rogue, you kind of have to think about cunning action and sneak attack and making sure you're hitting right damage marks. If you want to make a bard, you're thinking about bardic inspiration. If you're thinking about a sorcerer, you're thinking about how do I incorporate sorcerer points, but not too many. Same thing with monks and key. Like, there's always stuff that you have to kind of figure out how to fit it to the lore. That is just not the case with fighters. Fighters are open books. Weirdly, I would argue that the next closest thing, I think, would be the Ranger. Not the old Ranger, the new Ranger. If you look at the Ranger from the perspective of Tasha's Guide to Everything, or Tasha's Cauldron to Everything, where they're all the optional things, and it really is not tied to plants or nature anymore, the Ranger also has a lot of room to make it feel like anything. And there's very little that you need to stick to that is lore-based. There's some mechanical rules you need to follow, but they're kind of vague. They're not nearly as hard and fast as, like, barbarians with rage, and they're not nearly as flavorful as, like, a paladin's smite and divine sense. They're like, you have expertise, and you have, like, you know, hunter's mark. It still uses druid spells, but you're forgetting something, Miles, which is that rangers also now come fit with their own spell list. So I think that is covered too. I think you cover all of that. I think it's all gravy. Gravy all the way down. Guys, I'm not going to do this too much because it's annoying, but if you are enjoying the show and you're like, hey, I like supporting you, Cinder, I want you to stream every day, or I want you to stream a lot. This is what I do for a living. So if you feel like gifting someone a membership or throwing me some super chats or whatever at some point, feel free. But also definitely do not, if you don't have money, and I hate that I'm even saying it, I'm going to shut the fuck up about that now. I might mention it again towards the end of stream, but that's about it. But also, the real way you can support me if you like my channel, that is much better than giving me money. Well, it's not much better. Obviously, money's good, but it's more reasonable to ask for, is tell people about me. These days, I think I'm going to be streaming more on YouTube, and YouTube is a little bit harder to get your name out on because Twitch has a little bit more of an ecosystem there. So if you have folks that you know that like this kind of stuff, point them in my direction, send them my reflavoring video, whatever. That helps a lot in this bullshit game that we play. Speaking of bullshit games that we play, this is a user who submitted some homebrew, who put the name of their homebrew where I asked for their name. So I don't know who sent this in, because that's not your username, I'm sure. That being said, that is a fantastic title, because I can see that it's going to include two of my favorite things, which is Barbarian, because it's called a Path of the, and Eldritch Horror, because that's me. So, I don't know what your name is, user. I will just call you Donald. No, I will call you Elmster. No, I will call you, Clarence. I'll call you Clarence. All right, Clarence. Let's see what you got for us. Class, feel, and execution. Boom. Oh, shit, Rex. That is very generous of you, buddy. That is very kind. Thank you. Oh, it's gonna do it 5 times. I can't help it. All of it's the way it goes. I can't help it. I could do that, I guess. I could do that. But then you can't. I could do that. Is it gonna do it again? No? Okay. Anyway, thank you. That was very kind of you. Very kind of you. All right. Let us... Wait a minute. What the fuck? Gotta fix this. Okay, I guess I can't fix that. Right, never mind. Sorry. Here's the homebrew if you want to look at it. Ta-da. I'll post it twice. If somebody gives 30 memberships, would they do that? I have no idea, man. I don't know if it would do that or not. Don't try. Okay. Don't add me to... Oh, shit. Oh, artist,
I
thank
tell
you.
everyone about you, Cinder. 'Cause I love you.
Oh. I hope it's either uncomfortable in a stalkery way or very dramatically chill in a platonic way. And nothing in the middle. Genuinely don't sub or give money unless it's something you can do. Oops, I don't want to do that. Fuck. Oh, I have suggest mode. I have to be careful. I ask because I acknowledge that it's an important thing to do sometimes, but I fucking hate doing it. So it is what it is. It's the game we have to play. Anyway, let's look at this Path of the Eldritch Horror. It's chill. Okay, cool. If it's chill platonic, I'm down. If you were like, I have a crush on you, I'd be like, gross. And if you were like, I'm trying to figure out how I can mail you, like, my cat, I'd be like, yeah, we're in it again. Path of the Eldritch Horror. We gotta turn off commenting. How do I... There we go, okay. Path of the Eldritch Horror. While not a pact, you feel an amount of kinship to the warlocks who make deals for the Eldritch knowledge with the great old ones. It's a weird opening sentence. Pixie Palettes, thank you for the 5. I don't know why the voice thing didn't go on. Pixie says, Cinder is the coolest, but Smolder is my god. It pisses him off so much, but I fucking love it that you guys like him. Because it means he has to stick around. Which is so funny. Okay, fix your opening sentence. Similar to what I said to Unrated, the person who's reading this, they're going to read it in order. While not a pact is like one of the more convoluted ways I could think to start describing a piece of homebrew. You want to start with it being more direct. You want to be more direct than that. So what you want to do is you basically want to say, here's what I would say. Oh, Akeem, thank you for gifting some subs. 5 gifted subs. Let's go. That's very kind of you. Very kind of you. Hooray, 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 hooray. Why isn't this thing fucking working? Computer! Oh, shit.
Cinder is the coolest, but Smolder is my god.
There we go. That scared the shit out of me. Okay, why isn't this working? That... Why isn't it showing gifted members? Okay, can I fix it? Okay, I think I fixed it. Oh, I have to reset it. Give me 1 second. I want to acknowledge you. There we go. Okay, it's gonna work. I think I fixed it. It was being stupid. Yeah, we go. Boom. Okay. I'll talk about the pack of the eldritch. So, when you start talking about your homebrew, when you're opening your piece, you want to open strong. You want to open heavy. Akeem, thank you for the 5. I don't remember if I said that, but I'm saying it again. You want to start strong. You want to start with a big opener. So, what is the point of this barbarian? What are they supposed to feel like? That's the question. You acknowledge that they feel like a warlock. I'm going to push you. Your barbarian shouldn't feel like a warlock. They should feel like whatever they are. The aberrant mind sorcerer is never... It doesn't describe itself as feeling like a warlock. So, I would say, whatever this thing's supposed to feel like should be its own unique thing, and you should not use another class to describe it. You should try to describe it as its own thing, and I would introduce that thing. Barbarians that follow the eldritch horror... Barbarians of Path of the Eldritch Horror hear whispers from beyond that warp their minds and body. Period. You know? Something. I don't know. Let's take a look at 3rd level. You're back? Welcome back. We missed you. How do I give your cat my mail? Dude, that's hard to do. You can always just say this barbarian has made a pact. You can, Shades, but again, I think that we want to pull away from the warlock language. You have been warped and contorted by an otherworldly force. Perfect. Genuinely great. That would work super well. How do you mail your cat to me? I think I don't. It depends on where you are, I guess. I don't know how it's you just got to make sure you have proper postage. Let's take a look at Eldritch Arms. At 3rd level, when choosing this subclass, you begin to channel the Eldritch Monstrosity. Excuse me. When activating your rage, monstrous tentacles erupt from your form, replacing your limbs or acting as additional appendages. Okay. I accept all of this. I question whether or not we should worry about the language of them replacing your limbs or acting as additional appendages. I think we either need to clarify one or the other, or just maybe not mention it and leave that up to the players to like kind of come up with their flavor for, because there is a mechanical difference to something replacing your arms or becoming extra arms, like pretty significantly. For example, let's say they replace my arms, but normally I'm a barbarian that fights with a shield. Do I still get that shield? Alternatively, if they don't replace my arms, I definitely still get that shield. You know? Okay. The number of tentacles created equals your proficiency bonus. Don't write it that way. This is passive voice. Let's have a little conversation for a second. This is passive voice. The number of tentacles created equals your proficiency bonus. How do we change this into active voice? Well, there needs to be the person who's acting. That's you. So you. And now there needs to be the thing that you're doing. You summon a number of tentacles equal to your proficiency bonus. So, passive voice. Active voice. Oh, wait, I have member perks? Yeah, you just got gifted a membership. Members get, they get special emotes. They also get access to some special content. Like my most recent video, which is the reflavoring video. I filmed like an extra 3 minutes where I was pretty drunk trying to record a video, and I couldn't get it. I didn't put it in the main video because I don't think it was good, but I posted that if anybody wants to watch that. But you are describing what is happening here, but you're not giving that action to a person. You are describing what is happening here, but you are making it very clear that it is the you who is getting the action. And a good way to think about this is it has to do with how politicians talk. If you listen to how politicians talk about something bad, they almost always, or let me rephrase that. If you listen to a politician talking to something bad that they are responsible for, they almost always use passive voice. When you listen to a politician talk about something that they are proud of, they almost always use active voice. And the reason for that is passive voice doesn't hit as hard, and it distances the listener or the reader from the person who did the thing. So if you want to make yourself more distant from the issue, you use passive voice. Alternatively, if you want to really take ownership of something and you really want to grab people and you want them to know that you are the one that did the thing, you use active voice. And in your life, there's going to be times where passive voice makes more sense and active voice makes more sense. But there is a good rule here. When you are doing creative writing, or rather, when you're doing any sort of evocative writing, whether that is making a subclass, or you're running a marketing campaign, or you're writing a love letter, active voice is always stronger. The only time that passive voice is stronger is when you want the thing to hit less hard, when you genuinely are trying to make people a little bit disassociated. You want people to disassociate from what they're hearing, which is basically never something you want when you're making something creative. So, active voice, friends. I hope you guys don't mind when I go on little grammar tangents, but I do feel like they're helpful. I don't actually know if they are. I used to be a teacher, but I wasn't necessarily always an English teacher. I was more of a more trained. I trained kaiju hunters. Okay, let's keep going. That's a story for another day. Okay. So you get proficiency bonus number of tentacles. They are destroyed if your rage ends. These tentacles can be targeted and have an AC equal to their creator's HP. Get rid of this. Just take rid of it. This is, think about it like this. If these tentacles each have their own AC and HP, that means every time you summon them, you kind of got to calculate how many hit points they have, and then you need to keep track of the hit points of each individual tentacle. That's insane. So that mechanic it's not genuinely not even worth fixing. Just get rid of it. I'll tell you what you can do. You can say these tentacles each share your AC and can be targeted, and if a creature hits them, they can be destroyed, and you have to use a bonus action on your turn while raging to like regrow it or something like that. That's how the Echo Knight works. Like the Echo Knight, its Echo can be targeted and killed, but it's easy because it's just one number. It's its AC, and if you hit it, it dies, and then the fighter can bonus action pop it back. So something like that could work, but giving them their own AC and HP is insane. Yeah, just get rid of everything about that. Okay, these tentacles can be used to make unarmed strikes with a range of 20 feet. Which on a hit, get rid of the word which here. Just just put a period and then make this be the beginning of a sentence. On a hit, the tentacle on a hit they grapple their target. Okay, you need to just rewrite this whole thing. While the tentacles are active, you gain access to special unarmed strikes, period. These deal blank damage and have a range of 20 feet. When you hit a creature with them, the creature becomes grappled. Escape DC equal to strength plus wisdom plus proficiency plus 8 or something. Write it like that. I don't think they should have disadvantage on strength checks and saves. That's too strong. At least here. Each tentacle can only have one creature grappled at a time. A grappled target. Don't say may, say can. Perfect example. If this was Wednesday, I'd have to stop reading the piece here. A grappled creature can attempt to use an action to escape by beating an athletics check. That's okay. Yep. Grappled creatures cannot make unarmed strikes. Oh, grappling tentacles. So do these give you extra attacks? I don't understand. The way this is written right now, they don't give you extra attacks. They just give you access to an extra move, but you're not making any extra attacks with them. If your goal is that you are making extra attacks with these, that needs to be very clear. I would also say that probably needs to require your bonus action or something. It definitely should not just be free. I would also say if that is the goal, I think you need to limit their power more. It is definitely worth looking at the way of the Astral Self Monk for how summoned arms work. That is a good call. I think the idea is that you can basically grapple a number of creatures equal to the number of tentacles. Yes, that is true, but I don't know how it fits into the action economy because that's not made clear. It's not mentioned, so the way that it's written right now, I'm assuming it is just your action, and if you have extra attack, you can do it twice. But I don't know. I don't know. It reads like they have initiative on their own turn for you. They definitely don't. The only reason they would have their own initiative is if it explicitly said that, but that would be also insane, so it definitely doesn't. I feel like there's an easier way to represent this idea, but I want to see if it grows into something else. If this doesn't grow into anything else, then you can completely... This is so simplifiable. This should be... Okay, here's the way that I would do it. If I was going to make this feature, this is what I would do. Assuming that it doesn't evolve. I acknowledge that it's going to, but if it didn't evolve, this is what I would do. When you rage, as a part of the bonus action you use when you rage, and on subsequent turns while raging as a bonus action, you can launch tentacles out to creatures within 20 feet of you. You can target a number of creatures equal to your proficiency bonus. Each creature has to make a dexterity saving throw against some number, or they become grappled as a tentacle emerges out of you and tethers itself to them. You can have a number of creatures grappled equal to your proficiency bonus with this feature at a time. But I just wouldn't make it extra actions at all. I would literally make it like an AoE that you could sort of activate as a bonus action. Like you could pop it every turn. That's how I would do it. I think it would take up less words and it would be easier to think about mechanically. Because the flavor would all still be there. It's tentacles shooting out and grabbing stuff. But the mechanics would be everybody in 20 feet makes a saving throw. Or 2 creatures of your choice in 20 feet make a saving throw. Done. Let's take a look. Let's keep going, though. At level 6, we get Eldritch Protection. As a reaction, a tentacle can intercept an attack within 20 feet, taking the damage. We've already talked about this. Having your tendrils have HP is both convoluted and overpowered, especially with something like this. Because if this becomes a feature, our Barbarian is now just infinitely better than the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian, which basically gets a reaction to reduce damage. This just gets a shit. This is just better. This is just going to be better than that. And it looks like we're getting like 17 things at 7th level. So, 6th level. So, yeah, I would just get rid of this when you get rid of that whole mechanic. Again, I talked about it in the last piece. If you get a feature at 3rd level, it should not immediately grow at 6th. It can grow at 10th, but not at 6th. So get rid of this too. While any of your tentacles are present while not grappling, you gain the ability to climb difficult surfaces. I think this is cool. I think it's fine. I don't think it's particularly... I don't think it's a huge game changer, and we kind of see this feature in other barbarians, but it makes sense, and it works here. But I don't think it's enough, and I think it's a little bit... It's not enough. Elder Mind. While raging, it resents a psychic damage. Additionally, while raging, whenever an enemy attempts to inflict a charm condition on you, you can use your reaction to force them to take some psychic damage. Yeah, you're just doing way too much here, man. You got to pick your battles, and you got to simplify this shit. I think that, honestly, Elder Mind is probably the best option of the thing to keep. And the damage should not be your Barbarian level. It should be half your Barbarian level. And beyond that, if you want it to be a higher thing, it's got to be limited in use. But also, that's not... I'm going to be honest, and I don't mean to be a dick. I don't think that's particularly exciting. And I want to point something else out here. You have started to sell a very specific fiction of this subclass with these Eldritch arms. And while I think it is a good idea to be including other things, right? We don't want it to be a one-trick pony, like we talked about with the fighter subclass we just looked at. Resistance to psychic damage and something against being charmed is so fucking obvious. Like, it's so stereotypical Eldritch subclass. And you start this thing by kind of building it in a different way. Like, the Eldritch of the Barbarian feels like it's more of a physical Eldritch than a mental Eldritch. And I think that fits the vibe of the Barbarian really well. I think you should lean into that more. I think the swinging yourself is way more... like, even though this is more different, I do feel like this is better because you're helping to sell the fiction of this version of an Eldritch character. If you want to get resistance to psychic damage and do a little bit of extra thing too, but I genuinely think it's a waste of real estate, and you don't have that much real estate at level 6. You don't have a mountain of it. You're going to need to cut a bunch of this stuff out anyway. So, considering you're going to need to cut at least half this stuff out, I would be a little bit more intentional about what features I'm putting here to help sell this version of a Eldritch Barbarian, as opposed to just sort of any Eldritch Barbarian. Because, by the way, there are many, and you want yours to be unique. You want, in an ideal situation, if there's a room, and that room has 20 Eldritch Barbarians in it, people will notice yours amongst them. And the way that you get people to notice yours amongst them is not to have... Honestly, it's not even to have the best written standard Eldritch Barbarian. It's to have a unique interpretation of the Eldritch Barbarian. It's so that yours genuinely feels like it's doing something above and beyond by not just selling the basic fiction, but by selling a story within that fiction. And this is true, by the way, of any subclass that you make that is a very common homebrew trope. So, for example, if you're going to be making a Feywild sorcerer or a Feywild anything, but like a wild magic, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that is you see done a lot, and once you see it enough, it starts to all just turn into like, here's 30 people's version of the same thing. You want yours to stand out. And I think leaning into the physicality of this Eldritch with these tentacles and grappling and sort of becoming like a big ball of tentacles grabbing and flinging people around and stuff, I think that's the move. Let's see if we get a 10th level. 10th level is where it's appropriate to have your 3rd level feature grow if you want to. So if that's what you want to do here, do that here. Great. But don't do it twice. Do it once. And then you can choose to pull creatures in. I like that too. I would also maybe, you know what I might do here? This is what I might do here. I might give you the extra elemental damage and then allow you to move a creature any feet in 10 direction that you have grappled. After an attack, you can spend another wrong use of the word may. This would get you banned. Not banned, but canceled. What if I banned people for using the word may wrong? That would be intense. After an attack, you may spend a bonus action to make an additional unarmed strike. You need to clarify after you make an attack. And also, I'd probably make it on your turn. Like, I don't think... Oh, I guess bonus actions can only be on your turn. At the beginning of your turn, all grappled creatures immediately take damage equal to an unarmed strike. This is also too much. I think this is too powerful, considering how many creatures you can have grappled at a time. And I'm going to be honest, I think this is kind of boring. I think 14th level feels like a miss. I would try to come up with something that feels a little bit more exciting, a little bit more flavorful, or get rid of this 10th level feature, make it a little better, make it the 14th level feature, and then make the 10th level feature something that's completely weird and new and out of the box and feels a little bit different. That's what I would do if I were you. I like the idea. I think you missed the mark in a couple spots, but I think the base is solid from an idea perspective. And I think you just got to lean into that. Trust your gut. Lean into the Eldritch Arms more. But Lord Almighty, also look to the Echo Knight for mechanics. And keep in mind, the Echo Knight only works because you only have one. So this is this mechanic for keeping track of them. I think you just ignore and drop. And just make the proficiency bonus growing and the amount of creatures you can affect at the same time be like a flavorful way of you having more arms without it needing to be something you keep track of. Cool. All right, stranger, who I don't know who sent this in. Thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. I need to be able to see you better. Here, I gotta pop out chat in a different way. The thing I'm using to see chat is too small. I can't make it bigger the way that I want to. This I can. Yes. Now I can see you, chat. I had to squint to see you before. Okay. Boop. The Entomancer, another person who did not put their name. Should we spin again? Probably, right? Just a little spin. Just a little itty bitty spin. I finished Shogun this weekend. It was good. Entomancer is a cool name, I agree. You submitted to 4 different streams. You hope it gets selected. I hope it gets selected too. Kibber. I have a series of 5 spells given my NPC. Can I submit all 5? Just one, please. If you submit 5, I will pick the first one to read. But you could also submit all of them to my Discord. There's a whole... The most active part of my Discord is the Homebrew peer review section where people share Homebrew and give each other feedback. And honestly, if I give you any advice, it would be to submit stuff there before sending it to me. Because they are very smart and often have more ideas than I do. But either way, that's a resource you should take advantage of. And another piece of advice, the best way to get someone to review your Homebrew is for you to spend as much time reviewing someone else's Homebrew as you hope someone would spend reviewing yours. The people that get the most feedback are often the people that give the most feedback. Clint. I know your uncle, Clint. My 14th level Sorcerer subclass feature, Temporal Flux, is super overpowered and potentially annoying to use at the table. I still think the idea is cool, so I'm looking for ideas on how to salvage the concept, either scaling it back or somehow making it its own thing apart from the 14th level feature. Okay, I'm excited. Also, that secondary solution is a very good way, as an outside-of-the-box way, to be like, how can I make this work if it doesn't fit into the subclass? Like, could this be a magic item? Could this be another thing? It is a good way to think about it. Okay. Here it is here. Okay, chat, I need you guys to do me a big favor. If I forget that the main feedback that Clint wants is the 14th level feature, by the time we get to it, will you remind me, please? I'm going to try to remember, but I need, if I'm going off the rails, give me guidance. Okay, Desert Mystic. Whether cursed by a desert djinn, blessed by a goddess of the moon, or imbued with the sacred rites of a hidden oasis, the Desert Mystic manipulates time and space through their connection to the stars above the shifting sands below. Oh, Clint. Oh, Clint. You dear, dear, sweet man. You have fallen to the oldest trap in the book. The sentence is long, but that is not the issue. Chat, without adding any new words, where does this sentence start? Or rather, where should it start? Without really changing that much at all. Just picking another word to start on. Or another phrase to start on. Where should this sentence start? Keep in mind, this is the very opening of the subclass. You think cursed? Sure, maybe, right? Because starting with weather is a little bit weird. It's a little bit soft. You want to start harder than that for sure. We have blessed, yeah. I agree with its Dominique and Josh L. I think you start your subclass flavor by talking about the subclass. And we start talking about the subclass here. Let me ask you this. Does this give us any certain information about the subclass? Do we learn anything with confidence about the subclass here? I would say no. I would say this opening genuinely says, I don't know, maybe it's this, maybe it's this. I don't know. It's nothing. There is nothing in these words. This is where the information is. So, if you want to write a sentence like this, where you're saying, maybe they're from this, maybe they're from this, or maybe they're from this, that only belongs at the very end of the subclass flavor, because it genuinely doesn't matter. The only good that this does is give someone options if they want options. And that's a lovely thing to do. But this really doesn't sell what you're making at all, because we don't know what it is. Let me ask you a question. Here's the more important thing. Do I understand what the subclass is from reading this at all? Or could this be me describing literally a billion subclasses? Would this opening work if I wanted to make a Moon Knight subclass? Or I wanted to make the 10 Plagues subclass or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, it does nothing. This is where the information is. Start where the information is. Start where the information is. If you want to do anything wishy-washy in your flavor text where you are not sharing information, you're sharing suggestions, put it at the end. Okay, with that being said, let's keep on keeping on. I don't want to guess what character it's trying to be, Shades, because I'm not super familiar with all of the Smash Brothers games. Shades, I don't know what you do for work, but I will say in the world of entertainment, there is an idea called putting a hat on a hat, which is if you have an idea that's working that you like, you don't need to incorporate another idea that's working that you like too, because it can kind of become too much. That's putting a hat on a hat. Okay, let's see what we get. At first level, we get 2 features, Stellar Gaze and Sand Step. Stellar Gaze. Your stellar knowledge of the heavens. I would just say knowledge here, because even though it is your stellar knowledge, you just said stellar gauge, and my brain pays more attention to the fact that you just used the same vocabulary word twice in a row than it does what you're saying. It's too distracting. Your knowledge of the heavens has given you heightened awareness. At first level, you have expertise on wisdom perception checks to detect magical illusions up to 60 feet. Additionally, you have dark vision up to 120 feet. There are about 3 things that you need to fix here, but if you do, it's fine. The first is that you do not describe expertise as expertise. Expertise does not make a gameplay mechanic. Here's what you say. At first level, when you make a wisdom perception check to detect magical illusions within 60 feet of you, you can add double your proficiency bonus to that check. That's how you write that. The second issue is that you do not use wisdom perception to detect illusions in D&D. You use intelligence investigation. Every single illusion spell that can be seen through expresses the mechanics inside of it. And every single one says intelligence investigation. So, change this. Otherwise, you are getting a feature that does not connect to a feature in the game. The last thing that I was going to say is dark vision here is overkill. I think you get rid of it. We're getting another big feature. I think dark vision does not help sell the fiction of this at all. I would drop it. Getting cool illusion sight is cool. You don't need the dark vision. Overkill. If you want to make it more, you could also maybe make it investigation checks to see through illusions and insight checks to detect shapeshifters or something like that. You could add another thing to it. But if you do, I would say keep that thing flavorful and focused. Dark vision feels a little bit too bland. And one of the things that is important to think about when you're designing Homebrew is real estate. How much space do you have? And what I'm thinking when I see that dark vision 120 feet, I'm thinking the Shadow Sorcerer basically only gets 120-foot dark vision. They don't even get anything else really until 3rd level. And it's okay, but it's not crazy. We're getting a free expertise. We're getting a whole other feature. And we're getting... It seems like too much compared to that. As a first level sorcerer feature, using something that isn't charisma based kind of forces the player to put decent stats in intelligence. I don't fully agree if that feature is literally allowing you to automatically add double your proficiency bonus to those checks. That means that at level 1, without any skills, you will be getting a +4 naturally to that. With a 0 intelligence, you'll be getting a +4. So I think it's okay. I also think Shalakor brings up a good idea, allowing you to add... I wouldn't replace your charisma. Yeah, no, you said it right. You said exactly the same thing I was thinking. Letting you add your charisma check to investigation checks to determine whether there's illusions. That could also work really well. But I think making it expertise is fine, only because it's still good. Like, with you having a 0 in intelligence, that will go from adding +4 to those checks to adding +12 over the course of the campaign. That's not bad. It's not, I mean, it's not insane, but it's not bad. Let's take a look at Sand Step. I think adding the charisma on top is better. I acknowledge that. Starting at 1st level, as a reaction, you can transform into a cloud of sand, causing non-magical physical attacks to pass harmlessly through you. During that brief instant, you are immune to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. You then reappear in an instance in an unoccupied space within 10 feet with the ability to pass through any space blowing sand can reach. What the fuck? Is this just a... Why is this... Is this just a teleport? Why is it so confusing the way this is written? As long as there is space for you to rematerialize. Once you've used this ability, you must finish a long rest before you can use it again. You gain additional uses at 6, 14, 18. Don't do this. Figure out a different way to make it grow if you want to do that, but this is not it. At 14th level, this ability gains immunity to force damage. Again, no. Don't do this. What are you doing here? Like, how? Okay. Clint, I don't understand what this is trying to do. Why is there so much language here about damage resistances? It just seems like you teleport 10 feet. You instantly appear 10 feet away. That's just teleporting, right? Am I missing something here? But you're protected from opportunity attacks by teleporting.
If I had a nickel for each time I was pulled twice in a row on 2 separate wheels, then I'd have 2 nickels, but it does mean I shouldn't underestimate my own power.
You should never underestimate your own power. You're great. Yeah, but Clint, what I'm saying is it doesn't need to negate teleports. I mean, it doesn't need to, it's a reaction? Oh, it's a reaction. Do you know why that confused me? What's it a reaction to? Now, logically, you might be like, well, since it's negating damage, it's a reaction to you taking damage. But it's not. because we don't know what it's a reaction to. Is it a reaction to getting hit with an attack roll? Is it a reaction to taking damage? Is it a reaction to a melee attack roll? Is it a reaction to a spell attack roll? What's it a reaction to? Is it a reaction to being targeted with an attack? Is it a reaction to being hit with an attack? Do you have to be able to see the target? Does the creature have to be within a certain range of you? All of that is needed. Beyond that, it feels... Here's my problem with it. This feature basically exists in the game already. So I don't love it as a core first level feature from that perspective. I also really disagree with your main first level feature being something that you can use once a day. That seems... I don't like that. And then you can use it twice a day at level 6. Like, if I were you, I would try to build a first level feature that is not quite as powerful, or at least reasonable to do more than once a day. The other thing is that this is it's not exactly the same, but it's really similar to the Shadar Kai's teleportability. I acknowledge that this is done as a reaction, and the Shadar Kai's is as a bonus action, but it's basically the same thing, where you teleport and you're resistant to damage for a little bit. So, it doesn't really feel like anything. Like, it doesn't feel... I don't think it's selling any fiction. I think the flavor of you turning into sand and appearing somewhere else is kind of interesting. And that could work, but that's not what this feels... I think if I was gonna... I don't know, man. I just don't think it's the move here. Like, here's what I would do. This feels like a 6th level feature that requires sorcery points. That's what I would say. At 6th level, when you are hit with an attack roll, you can expend 3 sorcery points as a reaction to immediately collapse into sand and teleport to a space you can see within 10 feet of you and reform, forcing the attack to miss. Or you can spend 2 sorcery points to do all of that and giving yourself resistance to all damage from the attack. Something like that. That would work great as a level 6 feature. Make it cost sorcery points. Most 6th level features cost sorcery points. So it fits perfectly for that. And then give us a first level feature that feels like a proper opening to a sorcerer. Let's see what we get at 6th level. It might be something that we can re-engineer into 1st level. Keeper of Keys. Beginning at 6th level, casting teleportation spells comes so easily to you that it expends only a fraction of your spell casting. When you cast a teleportation spell of 2nd level or higher using a spell slot, you regain 1 expended spell slot. The slot you regain must be of a lower level than the spell you cast. This is not... No, okay, wonderful. You can just completely remove this. This is neither original, nor compelling, nor balanced, which is fine, so you can just drop it. This is just 100% copying from the Divination Wizard. The only reason why it really works on the Divination Wizard is because Divination magic is kind of shitty at a certain point. There aren't enough teleportation spells for this to make sense, and I would also argue teleportation is maybe too powerful to use this on that. So I would just figure out how to turn this into a 6th level feature and just pretend that this doesn't exist. Come up with something new at first. Let's see what we get at 14. So this is the one that you're worried about. At 14th level, as an action, you can spend 5 sorcerer points and choose one of the following effects on a target you can see. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, the first thing is that you probably shouldn't give us 4 options here. That's my first suggestion, is that that's too many. It will immediately become more balanced if you drop this to 2 options, or you drop this to 1 option. Let's see. Yeah, because I don't even need to read this to tell you this is too many options. Let me just give you an example of a sorcerer that gets a lot of things at level 14. So the Aberrant Mind Sorcerer gets a lot of things at level 14. The Aberrant Mind Sorcerer is picking between 1, 2, 3, 4 things at level 14. You are also picking 4 things at level 14. Let's look at how simple the Aberrant Mind Sorcerers are. You can see invisible creatures within 60 feet of you. That's 1. You can fly. That's another. You can swim and breathe underwater. That's another. You get squishy. That's another. That's the only reason why it's okay. There's 4 of these. It's the only reason. They're fucking simple. Let's see what these are. Revert health. So you get, each one of these costs 5 sorcery points, but you get access to all of them. So you basically at 14th level get 4 different 14th level features, is the way that this is written right now. The chosen target's health is... What chosen target? Do you feel like there's maybe something missing here? Oh, I see. You have the target up here. What a confusing way to write that. How about this? At 14th level, as an action, you can spend 5 sorcery points to create one of the following effects, period. And then you actually write the whole feature inside of itself, so it's a little bit easier to follow. Choose a creature within 60 feet of you. Also, you don't mention how far away the creature is. Right now, this has a range of infinity, so long as you can see them. That range is too far. Choose a creature you can see within 60 feet of you. Their health is reverted back in time 1 round to the end of the sorcerer's last term. I'm going to tell you right now that I'm going to say that don't work. I would say immediately that doesn't work. If a timely approximation of the damage taken or healed is not readily available, deal or heal 5d10. That is not a proper solution to that problem. The unstable fluctuation of time and space accounts for variations. This is flavor text. Yeah, this is just a no. Honestly, dude, this is just a no. On one hand, this is too powerful. On the other hand, it is impossible to track well, and you know that, so you put some bullshit in here. So get the bullshit out and get the whole thing out. Also, I'm going to say this, and I mean this kindly. You have not built this subclass in a way for this to make sense. This feels like it belongs in another subclass. You have not built this to feel like a subclass that should be getting the ability to temporally shift things. So I'm going to say that doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It feels like it doesn't make sense. If your goal was like sand, like the sands of time, you do not sell that. You have failed at selling that, and that is the first thing you got to sell. I know the 14th level is the main thing. That's why we're talking about it. Can I give you an example of why I think this is overpowered? If the 14th level feature was you can spend 5 sorcery points to deal either 5d10 damage or heal 5d10 health to any creature you can see, that would be a pretty fucking strong feature on its own. That is a piece of a piece of a piece. That is not accounting for this, or this, or this, or even about half of this. So right now, I would argue half of the first one is pretty decent. Maybe a little underpowered, but pretty decent. But honestly, you should just completely get rid of this feature. Do you know what this feature means? This feature means that the Dungeon Master either has to keep track of every monster's HP and that change every round, which is insane, or they need to let it slide and let this thing just be a fucking healing cannon, damage cannon, which also doesn't make sense. It's not selling fiction. If you wanted to sell the fiction, it's overcomplicated. It just doesn't work. I think you just drop it. Let's take a look at the revert position. It's just the same thing, except you can teleport them back in time. The chosen target's distance traveled is reverted back. Clint, I fucking hate this sentence structure. There's an item that does this already. It's called Boots of the Winding Path. Look at that for the wording, but holy shit, man. There is no excuse for having a sentence that is that passive in voice and unclear in tone to start a feature this complicated. One of the most important things, if you have a feature that is this much, is it needs to be written that much more cleanly and smoothly and clearly. Yeah, so not only that, now you have to keep track of everyone's positioning. Okay, I'm not actually going to clean up the wording on this because I think that the issue here is going to be the same in all of these, and you just need to rebuild this from scratch. Is it the same thing? They died. Yeah. Return to death. Great. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to tell you that honest feedback, I think that you completely rebuild this feature. I think this feature does not work. I think it feels legitimately out of place on this subclass, and it feels fucking annoying to deal with, and it feels overpowered. I think it is a no-go. So, I'm going to make some suggestions. One, maybe the 14th level feature doesn't require sorcery points. Maybe the 14th level feature is a once-a-day big move. Or maybe it is a once-a-day, or you can expend a 5th level spell slot or higher to do it again. Beyond that, man, if you want to be doing temporal shit by level 14, you got to sell it before level 14. It doesn't make any sense here. So, yeah. And then at 18th level, you get True Sight. That's kind of boring. Yeah, okay, so main feedback is I think that you could turn this first level feature into a pretty decent 6th level feature, and then you have a lot of room to build the rest out, because I think other than that, the whole thing needs a pretty strong rework. I think 14th and 18th level both don't really sell any fiction and kind of miss the mark. The other thing that I want to point out, which I think is a good thing to keep in mind, is there's a pretty big issue with the 18th level feature that has nothing to do with the that the issue can be found in this. Can anybody tell me what that issue is? It's a pretty big issue in level 18, that if you reflect on the piece, it'll become clear. Does anybody want to guess what it is? It has nothing to do with power either. Nope, it's not. It has nothing to do with power. Good guess. Good guess. It is basically a 5th level spell. No, it does not about transformations. Nope, you don't need a transformation at level 18 as a sorcerer. It's a good guess though. You're very close, Dice. You're very close. Dice. You have gone to the right building, but you knocked on the wrong door of the apartment. What does this 18th level feature give us? What does it let us do? We get True Sight. What does True Sight do? Well, let's see what True Sight does. We can see creatures in their true forms. We can see through illusions. Those are the two big things. We have a first level feature that allows us to add double our proficiency bonus to detect illusions. Our 18th level feature makes our first level feature useless. And we don't want that. You want your features to grow and change, but you don't ever want one of your features later on to make your features earlier not do anything anymore. You want to be building up and out. You don't want your... Because then it sort of falls into it... Because I mean, yeah, I'm glad you... Because the logic of it, Clint, is that it sort of makes your subclass almost have less features at the end. Because it's not like you got a new one. It's like you're trading one. Anyway, I think it's a cool thing. I think if you want to do time stuff, I think it can be possible, but I think you have to make the amount of time shorter. I think if you don't do it based on rounds, but you do it based on turns, it could work. And it could work if you don't make it do all of these different things, you just focus it. Genuinely, you should look at the Boots of the Winding Path. They basically solve this problem by limiting it to it being movement-based and it being a turn. And it being the person who can use it knows... Basically, Boots of the Winding Path are like, as a bonus action, you can teleport to a space you can see within 15 feet, so long as you have already been there that turn. Oh my god. Wait, Clint, I don't want to read that sentence you just sent me. Oh, I wish you didn't send me that sentence. I'm going to say something right now, and I'm not going to get mad about it, but I want you to understand that I'm actively making myself do that. Why the fuck would you send me something if this is already scrapped? That pisses me off so much. That doesn't... Who are we helping? If you know it's shitty, why are you making me read it? Here's what I would like to do in the future, Clint. I do think there are some good ideas in here. But for the love of your gods, don't send me something you know is bad. Ever again, ever. It is so unhelpful for me to give you feedback on something that you already know is bad. Oh, you want to reuse it? Okay. I thought you were like sending me like an earlier draft of it or something. I thought you were sending me like an earlier draft of it. Because people have done that before. Like, I wrote this 4 years ago, and I haven't worked on it since then. I know it's bad. It's like, cool. My feedback's not going to be that helpful unless you get it up to par first. All right. Anyway, thank you very much, Clint, for sharing. Sorry, I misunderstood your meaning at the end there. Let's give Clint a round of applause. It's definitely got some interesting ideas in it. I'm a big fan of all things strange and anomalous. So I like the idea of let's get something going that's like weirdly teleporty, time warpy. That could be a lot of fun. All right, guys, I'm going to take a very short break. I'm going to run to the bathroom. Give me 1 second. Oh, shit. I'm fucking up my computer. I'll be right back. 1 second. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right, you know what time it is, friends? It's time for me to self-promote. Hey, my name's CinderBlocksally. I do these streams all the time. Do you like it? Cool. This is what I do for a living. Do you want to support me? You totally can. You can become a member of the channel. If you become a very cool or a too cool for school member, you get access to the member homebrew stream, which is a once a week stream just for people that are members. Also, you get access to bonus behind the scene footage. Right now, there's not a lot of it, but you can watch a 2-minute drunken rant from me about reflavoring the spell Fireball. And I will continue to be posting those sorts of special things as I make more videos. Beyond that, you could also support me on Patreon or in Super Chats or whatever the fuck you want. And you don't have to do any of it. Rant over. Was that good? Was that a good self-promotion? Excuse me. What's going on here? Or you could just tell people to follow me or whatever. You're wearing shades? Hell yeah, you're cool. You're like my cousin. He's a pretty cool guy. When will we get a follow along as you make homebrew stream? We could do one. We could do one next week. Maybe I'll do one this weekend. Actually, let me see. If I'm around this weekend, I could do one this weekend. What should we do? What should we make? A subclass? Maybe Saturday night. If not Saturday night, maybe next week. Because we haven't done those in a while, but those are fun. No, I don't want to do an artificer. I don't want to do an artificer. I'll tell. I know the ones I like to do the most. The subclasses the classes I have the most fun designing subclasses for, in terms of the martial. I like making martial subclasses more than I like making spellcasting subclasses. Across the board. And my favorite spellcasting classes to make homebrew. My favorite full casters to make homebrew for are druids. Druid's my favorite full caster to make homebrew for. And then I like making them for fighters and paladins and rangers and monks and barbarians and rogues and those guys. Greg says, Cinder, I need some help. I need some advice for a spell I'm building, a necromancer. Can it help putting it here or into another stream? You can, Greg, although the wheel that's down there, those are all the people that are on it right now, so there's no guarantee it will get looked at. A much better idea. Oh, who's texting me? A much better way to get it looked at, or much more of a guarantee to get it looked at, would be to post it in my Discord. I have a section in my Discord that is all about homebrew advice and homebrew helps, people helping each other do homebrew and that sort of thing. I got fucking flesh in my teeth. Right, whatever. You can deal with it. You're welcome. Thank you for asking. Good question. Any tips on making a mage slayer type character? I mean, those sort of exist already. Not exactly. Here's what I would say. More so than I would say you should make somebody that fights wizards. You should think about what sort of powers would a character need to fight spellcasters that doesn't directly necessarily relate to spellcasting in that on-the-nose way. And how would you make mechanics for that? So, for example, being able to create areas of silence, or being very good at binding creatures. That could be useful for fighting spellcasters, but it's also useful in general. That sort of thing. I think the Monster Slayer Ranger is a good example of something that's pretty close to a Mage Slayer type character. But also, you want to avoid creating situations where, like, you're just giving them the Mage Slayer feat as a subclass. Like, you want it to be kind of more unique than that. I gotta change this music up a little bit. What's this gonna be? We'll do this for a little bit. No, I don't like that. I thought it was gonna be different. I thought you were going to be different. All right, we're going flamenco. Choice is made. All right. That makes sense? Yeah. It goes back to that same ideology of, like, you don't want to make your subclass do one thing. You want your subclass to be good at doing one thing, but you want it to be able to all sorts of stuff. Otherwise, it's potentially too situational. Bucket a 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 bucket. Who's texting me? Bucket a bucket a bucket bucket a bucket a bucket a bucket up. Bucket up. Bah. We have Learly. Hello, Learly. What do you have for us today? Hello there. I have a fighter who uses a little bit of druid guidance to develop his powers. A little note. I have scanned the previous live, but I'm completely unsure if I have already sent it or not. Please don't get mad. I will not get mad. But I also won't review it if it is something I've seen before. The Thorn Warrior. I don't know if I've reviewed this on stream before. But holy shit, this is gonna, this does too many things. I'm gonna be real blunt with you, dude. I don't think that it makes sense for me to give you feedback right now. I don't think you're there yet. I think this does, I think there's two things going. Look how many words are, like, look how long this is. Also, I know that both of these are credited artists. Whoever this person is, Hex Shard's Fate, they're using AI-generated art. This is 100% AI-generated art. I'm gonna guess that that is not a thing that you realized because it has somebody's watermark on it, which would imply that it's an artist that made it. But if you look at, like, the... Here, let me show you. Whenever you have stuff that's, like, really kind of... It's not even... I mean, you could look for inconsistencies. Like, there's weird bits of stuff, sort of random, like, little bits here, bits here, bits here. Like, you could look for that. Like, the fingers look kind of funky here. But there also is an element of, like... I don't know. It just has the stance, doesn't it? Okay, I'm going to read this a little bit, but I'm almost certainly not going to read the whole thing. My first piece of feedback is you shouldn't have each of your features be a giant paragraph with bullet points that grows at every level. And if you can't figure that out, then there is no hope for you. Okay, let's take a look at this flavor text. Thorn warriors enhance their martial prowess by studying nature, an ancient practice that originated from druids. Literally, cut this out. Means nothing, says nothing. Even if you can't comprehend the mystical magic of druids, through endless determination, study, and practice. You just said that we study and practice. Now you're saying we study and practice. You're repeating yourself. Okay. Is this whole fucking thing... Okay. Okay, I was going to say something mean. I'm not going to. It reads a little bit like it was written by AI. It's very repetitive. This flavor text doesn't work. So here's the thing that you need to say immediately. What is a Thorn Warrior? They enhance their prowess through studying nature. Cool. End your sentence there, and now describe what they do uniquely instead of literally repeating yourself. Don't use druids to describe this subclass. Smolder coming? No. The thing is, the difference between me getting mad and Smolder getting mad is I think it hurts your feelings more when I get mad, because I don't start, like, cartoonishly berating you. You have to just watch how much your homebrew sometimes negatively affects me. And I think that that hurts more than Smolder yelling at you. Genuinely. Yeah, it's really wordy and you're really repetitive. Okay, let's look into the third level feature. So, like, yeah, you don't even need this whole thing. We know it's a third level feature. We don't need to say choosing this subclass. You can use your bonus action to target a creature of the same size as you or smaller within 15 feet of you. Must make a dex saving throw against your Thorn save DC, or be either pulled 5 feet within 5, or be pulled, or be either pulled within 5 feet of you, or you pull yourself within 5 feet of it. This feature can be used equally times proficiency bonus. What? I think you mean a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Per short or long rest? Okay. Yeah, all of these, get rid of all the growth. Get rid of all the growth stuff here. You don't need it. Especially because it looks like we're stuff happening every single fucking thing. Okay, so here's the way that you write this and you don't have it take up a whole fucking paragraph. And I'm going to apologize to you, creator. I am not going to read your whole piece, because your paragraphs are too long. Okay, so here's what you say. At third level, you gain special thorn whips, whatever, period. As a bonus action, you can shoot. You can strike at a creature within 15 feet of you that is the same size as you or smaller. It must make a dexterity saving throw, or against your spell save DC or whatever. Period. On a failure, you can move it 5 feet in any direction of your choice, or you can move yourself, or on a failure, you can move it within 5 feet of you, or yourself within 5 feet of it. Period. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus. Period. Done. Get rid of the rest. What's up, Gina? How's it going, bud? Listen, okay, here's the thing, Adam. Sometimes it's okay for a subclass feature to be very long. Wild Shape, while it's not the best feature in terms of how it's designed, it takes a lot to explain it. The possession mechanic of a ghost takes a while to say. The issue comes from a feature that is fairly simple taking that much to say. Because at the end of the day, you know what this does? As a bonus action, you can move a creature. That's what that does. That's too simple to require this many words. And unfortunately, this is such an extreme amount of too many words that it really detracts from the piece. Because no one is going to be, like, it's like you have to, I feel like I'm digging through mud to find what I'm excited for. Because the mechanic is interesting. I like the mechanic. I don't know. I'm having a hard... I'm not even really processing it, though, because I'm, like, still trying to figure it out within the thing. Because it's so crushed in there. Let's see what the other feature is. Stance of the Thorns. At the start of battle, you have learnt, from the continuous practice of... Oh, my God, it's so many fucking... Stop it! So much fucking flavor text. We don't need it. Do you know what a player needs when they are reading their subclass features? They need to be able to figure out what their subclass features do. Flavor text at the beginning is great. I wish your flavor text here did more of the job of that it was intended to, and you wouldn't need as much throughout. So here's the problem with this. There's nothing wrong with having a little bit of flavor text. Here's the problem. Let's say I've been playing this game for a while. Let's say I'm being this Thorn Warrior, okay? Let's say we're level 8, okay? We're in it. We're doing it. We're Thorn Warring. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm going to use my Stance of the Thorns. Dungeon Master's like, cool. Is that a bonus action or an action? You're like, I don't remember. Let me check. And you open your thing and you're like, it is a, it's a bonus action. Okay, cool. That took a lot of time. I might have exaggerated that a little bit, but I don't think I exaggerated it that much. That's bad design. If somebody has to figure out where the most important part of starting the feature is within the feature, that's not good. As a bonus action, you can gain temporary hit points equal to 2 times your fighter level plus your wisdom modifier. While having these temporary hit points. While you have these temporary hit points. You know not having is wrong grammar. Having means nothing. You cannot having. Having, I don't think, is a word in English. I'm pretty sure it's literally just not a word in English. While these temporary hit points remain, any creature that hits you with a melee attack takes piercing damage equal to your wisdom modifier plus 2. Why plus 2? You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier per long rest. How many times can we use this? Is this infinite? This is proficiency bonus. This is wisdom. Okay, but you shouldn't have both of your first level features the kind of things that require a resource and then for them to be on different resources. If you're going to do that, you should share the resource, and you should just give this thing a number of charges or dice or whatever. But if you're going to have one thing that's proficiency bonus and one thing that's wisdom modifier, the wisdom modifier thing should be at a different level. This, you should have something that's just passive. One of these should just be passive. Having said that, yeah, but you know what? Having said that is not something you would ever put in this. I guess, Miles, my logic was... The phrase "having said that" is a phrase that if you put in your D&D writing, you are very actively choosing to write in an informal way that will put off the reader and make you seem like you are not writing it, like maybe that you don't know what you're doing. You know what? It's interesting, man. It's another feature that I like, but I think it is insane how long it takes to get there, and I completely disagree with all of these expansions, and it doesn't really sit well with this other feature in the way that both of them are designed right now. I would probably keep this one, as you could do this a number of times per day, and make this one infinite, and make it simpler. Like, when you take the attack action on your turn, you can replace one of your attacks with a vine whip that you can use to pull or push or whatever. So, that way, it's not too powerful. You can just always use it. You should write in the present tense, I think. Just not the passive present tense. Yeah, it's a shame it's such word salad because the features inside of it seem interesting. It's just like, I'm just going to start skipping parts because I just don't care. It's like, oh, okay, let's get something to it. Okay, 7th level, a bonus action. It's not that I don't care about your writing. It's just that my feedback is the same. Like, I don't need to, like, when I say I don't care, let me just clarify something. When I'm saying I don't care in that moment, I'm not being me. I'm being the reader that is reading this in my imagination, that is tired of all this flavor text, that they feel like they have to dig through to find the features. You were told to never write in the present tense? Why? What things happen in the present tense? It's like a third of English. A third of language is in the present tense. At least. Okay. As a bonus action, you can stretch the thorns. You can stretch the thorns surrounding you in 15-foot cone. What thorns are surrounding us? I have no idea. Creatures inside the cone take some damage. It's so hard to read this. Why is this so hard to read? I don't actually know. The creatures inside the cone must make a dex saving throw. On a failed save, they take some damage. On a success, they take half damage. When you use this ability, the thorns give you their life essence and you gain... It's too much! Holy shit, you're doing too much! It's too much. Too much. Okay, so let's... How would I write this in a way that would be readable and not tedious and fucking annoying? As a bonus action, you erupt with thorns in a 15-foot radius. Or in a 15-foot cone. Creatures in the area have to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, they take 2d8 damage plus your wisdom modifier. And you regain hit points equal to the damage taken. Or something, or whatever. Or no. On a success, creatures take half damage. In addition, you gain 2d8 plus your wisdom modifier HP. I didn't even change it that much. But holy shit, does that make it work better. This doesn't make sense as a 7th level feature. So what's going on here is you're doing that thing that a lot of people do, where you're giving this guy a bunch of moves, which is okay if you like want to do that, but 7th level is a weird one to do that on. 7th level is like that's a little bit off, but also giving somebody a move is sort of like, it's a very one-trick pony. Like, we are now up to level 7, and we don't really have anything ribbon feature or out of combat that we can do, right? All we get is we can pull people. This doesn't even really work with objects. We get a little combat thing, which is fine. Now we just get another combat thing. And we're getting another 7th level feature, which is too much. I'm not even going to read it. We're going to move to 10th level. I'm sorry, dude. I can't. I feel like I'm being mean, but I'm really not trying to. But this is just hard to get through. Here's the problem, and I'm gonna say this as gently as I can. The issues that I'm coming across in all of these features are very similar in each feature. I don't think it's gonna benefit you for me to keep reading this. I think what's gonna benefit you is for you to rewrite this. Maybe keeping some of the mechanics, because I'm going to be honest, the mechanics that I've seen so far are interesting. But holy shit, you have to make it reasonable to approach from the perspective of someone who you have to convince to read your homebrew. Also, every single ability having a different resource pool is not the move. Don't do that. This thing needs some more utility out of combat features. This thing is bloated. Simplify it. Simplify your words. Here's the other thing I was going to say. Is it's not a good sign when the idea that you're getting across is fairly simple and you still are taking a lot of words to say it. The end needs to justify... The means need to justify the end in D&D. It's not the other way around. The means are justified for a complicated feature, like the charm, like the possession feature of a ghost, because they need to cover a lot of ground. None of these features are complicated. They're just very wordily explained. I think you got to simplify this. I think you got to drop all the growing at higher levels stuff. My challenge for you would be to cut the word length of all of these features in half and to maybe cut some of these features down, because we're also getting 2 3rd level features, 2 7th level features, a 10th level feature that looks like it's 3 features, a 15th level feature that looks like it's 3 features, and an 18th level feature that looks like it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 features. So you got to address that. Otherwise, it's not worth working on for me. Those are my thoughts. I think the flavor is interesting. I think some of the mechanics are great, but oh my goodness, buddy, you are really dramatically shooting yourself in the foot with how long and wordy this thing is. Okay, Learly, thank you for sharing. It's got good bones if you can scrape all that extra flesh off of them. And I hope you do. Let's give a round of applause to Learly. I'd make the stance of thorns the main thing, and then while you have the stance, you can do extra stuff. You could do something like that. I mean, you could do a lot of different things. I thought the core idea was cool. I just thought it was a shame that, like, I just couldn't get through it. And I've learned long ago that if I'm reading a piece and I'm really struggling to get through it, that should just be the feedback that I give. Because if I force myself to go through it, it'll just turn into me genuinely tearing it to shreds in a way that isn't helpful. Okie dokie. That is also just the truth. If I'm struggling to read your homebrew, like if the writing needs enough work that I'm struggling to get through it, that is unquestionably the most important piece of feedback in terms of improving your homebrew. Josiah. Good night, Hexagonal Chaos. Be good to yourself. It is much easier to add stuff than kill your darlings, but holy shit, does it drown your darlings way slower than if you just killed a couple of them and let the rest live. Think about it like this. When you're a creative writer, you have to be Thanos. You need to do that snap. The universe is going to eat itself if you don't. One of my that's an amazing analogy, by the way. I need more credit for that. That's such a good analogy. One of my first homebrew. This is a playable race based on a creature from medieval bestiaries and some versions of Saint Christopher. It's unfortunate that it often feels like non-magical fighter subclasses would usually be best as homebrew maneuvers for Battlemaster rather than their own thing. I don't know if that's unfortunate. I think it speaks to a lack of imagination of a lot of the brewers out there, no offense. I also think it speaks to some major failings of the core fighter class. Because I would argue that I think a lot of the Battlemaster should just be in the core fighter class. But I don't mind it. I don't think you should think about it like a bad thing. I think you should think about it like, oh, I have less work to do to make the thing that I want to make. Instead of it being like, man, I can't make this because it could just be Battlemaster maneuvers. Just be like, oh shit, if I write 4 new Battlemaster maneuvers, I've finished making this and it works. I don't know if the full Battlemaster should be the fighter, but I think that that idea that you have like specialized ways you fight, I think is the fighter. And I think that we don't get enough. I think fighting style doesn't solve enough of that problem. And I think that Battlemaster maneuvers are really elegant and well designed. What is this? Why is the music always so... Get out of here, weirdo. Who's that creepy guy? All right, let's see what we got here. We have Cynocephaly. Pious and proud, Cynocephaly are dog-headed humanoids who are deeply entrenched in their belief of the gods beyond most mortal races. I think you need to figure out how to make this a sentence that doesn't require 2 separate commas, or you need to cut some of it out. Whether a wizard priest, a barbarian apostle, or rogue missionary, their religion is the most important part of their identity. I don't like this description. I don't think I think you spend... I don't think... I mean, I guess it's okay. I don't feel like it's enough. I don't think it's selling the fiction of anything in particular. Like, it's religious people with dog heads. I don't feel like that's enough to sell an idea. That's just me, though. They could be around 100 to 150 feet. 150 feet. 150 years. Medium. Movement speed 30. Why is this written this way? Why are these things in blocks? Watchdog. Always on the lookout for danger. You gain the following benefits. You can't be surprised while you are conscious. You have proficiency in perception checks. Being immune to surprise is really fucking good. You have a natural bite attack. It's fine. You have proficiency in religion checks related to your religion and charisma checks intended to convert others to your religion. I would say this is problematic and I hate it. I would not do that. I would make this the kind of thing that I would maybe put into like a background or into a class. I think it completely does not make sense for it to be in the race. I also think encouraging people to do this is not always the best from an RP perspective. So I think I would do everything as in my power to not build it into the base class. It's sort of like with the Kender. Like, you don't want to give the Kender a base feature that's like, you love stealing from your allies. It's like, do I want to encourage that kind of behavior? I don't know. This is something I think I would leave for roleplay. Divine Enlightenment. Due to your staunch beliefs in your god, you can speak Celestial at 3rd level in addition to your 2 base languages. You are given access to one of the following 6 cantrips. Don't make it 6 choice. Don't make it 6 you're picking between. That's too many. Make it 3. Also, these should just be 2 separate features. Also, why are you telling... Also, we should just get one of these at 1st level and one of these at 3rd. It feels like a language is not a big deal. We should just get a language. I'm not understanding why we're not. Also, beyond that, I kind of feel like... Maybe it has to do with how little flavor text there is, but this feels kind of... I don't know. I feel like this doesn't feel like anything. This whole thing feels like it could be a background. You know? The one thing that feels like it makes sense for this to be a racial feature, or at least the 2, are Watchdog and Bite. And Bite is kind of whatever. It's not, you know, it's nothing. And I think Watchdog is too strong. Here's my thought. Here's what I would say. you can build things to be whatever you want. But the way D&D, both as from a game design perspective and also like the culture of the player's perspective, has taken every step to move away from your race has to be a certain type of person. And I do think that there are some times where that does come up, like, you know, like some races getting skills in survival or stealth or nature because they come from the wilds. Like, there still is an element of that. But I feel like it's weird. I don't know why, but I don't think it sits well to do that from the perspective of, like, you're a super religious person. That feels weird. I don't know. Like, even the Aasimar, which is, like, you are part god, there's nothing about them being religious or devout. I feel like that's something that should be in a... Because I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is the survival stuff makes sense because it's like... I'll tell you what. I mean, I maybe by having, like, giving you proficiency in religion, maybe, but I do feel like there's a difference between I have a survival skill because my people are, like, better at surviving in nature, like, physically, than I have a persuasion skill to convince people to convert to a religion because I biologically am a religious person and good at convincing you. Like, it just feels weird. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Maybe I could be convinced if there was more of a physicality to the magic of them or to the divinity of them. But it really feels like you're sort of jamming a background onto a dog person. Those are my thoughts. I feel like you're too focusing on you are a religious person and trying to spread your religion, and not enough on what ways does divine magic manifest in a unique way through this creature. That's my thoughts. Can't believe D&D doesn't have moth people. Yeah, me either. Those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. I also feel like you should totally have... I feel like it's kind of you're kind of missing... You're missing something pretty big for, like... I would give you advantage on perception checks that have to do with smell. We should get that. We're a dog. Okay, those are my thoughts. I think that it is not... I think that it is too religious. I think it is too background lifestyle focused and not enough, like... D&D race focused currently. And there is some gray area between the two. I acknowledge that. But I think that the features that we're getting aren't really selling any fiction. And it just feels like it's a background shoved into a race right now. I would encourage you to lean more into coming up with some unique ideas for it. And by unique ideas, I mean not just you get some cantrips and celestial. Like, that doesn't feel like we're getting anything new. Like, there's a lot of stuff that basically just gets that. Other than getting the immunity to surprise on a race, the limitations on all the other features are kind of too weak when restricted so much. I mean, they're good for flavor, but yeah, they are restrictive. But again, immunity to surprise is the most powerful thing, and it doesn't feel like the most important part of it. I don't know. I think the question to ask yourself is, how much of this makes sense to be built into these creatures' biology? Or to be built into their... yeah, I don't know. That's sort of how I feel about it. Why can't Wizards of the Coast make us happy and release a Feywild book? And because I think that they don't, because you are very actively your own perspective, and they might be thinking about what other people, they might be trying to, you know, they might not care about your perspective. They might only care about the masses' perspective. You know. I think that Wizards of the Coast, I, I think that is a pretty big blanket statement. I think there are a lot of people at Wizards of the Coast that are very genuinely, their number one goal is making people happy. And I think that there's also some people that have the genuine goal of making money. I think Hasbro has the genuine goal of making money. But I think when you go down into the smaller teams of anything that they sit under, anybody that's like a board game maker, a game maker, you don't have game makers that aren't in it for the passion. Bikudu, bikudu, ba, bee, boo, bikudu, bikudu, ba, bee, boo. Check out the Fey Folio by Mage Hand Press. Mage Hand Press is a very good company. They're very good. Bikudu, ba, bee, boo. It's a Reboomus. Oh, also, I forgot to mention this. Tomorrow on my stream, we're doing a D&D Q&A. If you have a question you want me to talk about on stream, something you want to ask me, how do I edit this? 1 second. There we go. There's a form that you can post the question to. Let me... Post a question for Cinder. There you go. If you guys refresh the page, it should appear. I think that's the right thing. But you can ask a question, and tomorrow is going to be going through stream and answering your D&D questions. That's tomorrow. And I have to answer it no matter what? Yeah, sure, I have to answer it no matter what. And I make that promise just as heartily as I promise that I have written every book ever made. Items to be reviewed for balance and clarity. Well, you mean item to be reviewed. I don't review more than one thing at a time. Elemental weapon attachment. All right. As always, if you do not tell me what specifically to review, I only review the first thing. So we are going to look at elemental weapon attachment. It is a rare magic item. You got to say what it is. It doesn't say if it's it would be a wondrous item. When a thing is not a weapon or armor, it is usually a wondrous item. This attachment for melee and ranged weapons allows you to add elemental crystals that add corresponding elemental damage. You repeated so many words in that sentence. You could make that sentence half the length. This attachment, you should probably describe what it looks like. This glowing bead can be attached to any martial weapon, period. Allowing you to add elemental damage to your attacks, period. As a bonus action, you can choose to activate one or more of the crystals attached to the weapon. You don't tell us how many crystals there are, which is a mistake. Allowing their energy to course through it for 1 minute. Whenever you hit with a weapon attack with this weapon, you deal 1d8 damage of the corresponding type. You need to say you deal an additional, otherwise this is replacing the damage. You deal an additional 1d8 damage of the corresponding crystal's type, period. Once the magic of a crystal is used, it can't be used again until you finish a short or long rest. I would just make it a long rest. Also, guess what magic items don't do? Recover on rests. Magic items recover at specific times of day. So I would say, once the crystal is used in this way, it cannot be used again until the next day at dawn, period. This attachment can only be attached to non-magical weapons with a rarity of rare or less. Non-magical weapons do not have rarity, so you can just say mundane weapons or non-magical weapons. Can hold a number of crystals equal to your proficiency bonus. Magic items do not scale based on your level. And I'm going to be really honest here. You are adding an extra level of fucking confusing to this. Why are you doing this? Why is there a magic item that its whole point of it is that it can hold other magic items to activate a thing? You don't need that middleman. So get rid of all this fucking stupid bullshit and make it so the whole thing is just the weapon attachment. It's a little crystal. You plug it in. Your weapon deals an extra 1d8 damage of the crystal's type, and then it doesn't work again after 20. It doesn't work again until the next day at dawn. Boom. Easy. Done. Save so many words. you create that this gameplay loop that you created of these extra steps are completely unnecessary. I would say if it's a once-a-day use, and I would probably not make it require attunement. I'm assuming there's something here where you're, like, gonna, like, be stacking them or something, but again, that's overpowered, doesn't make sense, don't do it. Other than that, yeah, just the main thing to keep in mind is that magic items scale off of themselves. They don't scale based on your level. And that's largely because the difference between a common item or an uncommon item and a rare item is often how many charges does it get? What its spell save DC is, things like that. So if those things change, it's sort of hard to change. It changes too. But the other thing is, I'm going to say, I'm giving the same feedback a lot tonight. You're using a whole lot of words and a whole lot of steps to get to something really simple. At the end of the day, this is a magic item that lets you add a D8 of elemental damage to your attacks. If that's all that magic item is really doing, you don't need that many words to get there. There are spells like Elemental Weapon. There's magic items like the Flame Blade. Or like the Flame Tongue Blade. Or the Frostbite or Frost Burn or whatever this cold one is. You should just look at them. It's very simple. Simple. The way you make it so your players stop asking if they has enough time to recharge is you make them recharge it at dawn. So they stop asking. The sun hasn't risen yet, so no. Frostbrand, yeah, thank you. Icy Hot Blade. Yeah. So I think it's a cool idea. It's a very simple idea. It's definitely something that's been around before, and I think you're overcomplicating it. But I think if you simplify it, it's fine. It works fine. I mean, it exists, right? Like, this is basically a magic item that already exists in the game. Like, I don't know if this exact magic item exists in the game, but a thing that allows you to, on a limited time, activate a weapon and give it a little bit of extra elemental damage, that's, you know, we've seen that time and time again. It works. I would say, if anything, I would encourage you to try to give it some more unique features or some other thing it does. Or at the very, and if you're not going to do that and you're just like, no, I want it to be this, all right, just simplify it. All right, those are my thoughts. Rabumas, thank you for sharing. Let's give them a round of applause. This is a great example of why people making homebrew should steal wording from existing mechanics. Yes, I agree 100%, and I'm going to even take that farther. I think it's also a reason why before you even start writing your homebrew, you should look to see if there's something in the game that does something close to what you want. Because it might do something so close to what you want that you don't need to make anything. Or it might do part of what you want in the way that our dear Tuna Melt, which is, by the way, one of the most delicious followers we have, that our dear Tuna Melt says, which is that you can just, it's less work. You just basically can copy-paste features a lot of the time. Anyway, thank you very much for sharing. Here's my challenge to you. I want to challenge you for a second, Rabumas, and I need you to know that this is not at all intended to be mean. It's going to sound mean. But this is something I say a lot. Whenever I'm looking at homebrew, if I was gonna be giving it reviews like a rating, what I would rate the homebrew off of is a couple things. One, is it balanced? Two, is it clear in the way it's written and clear in its mechanical implementation? And three, is it doing something exciting? Or another version of three is, does it merit existing? How much is it evocative? And all three of those things, in my opinion, are pretty important in order for a homebrew to be successful. Of those three, clarity, balance, and evocativeness, chat, what do you think the most important is? I'm curious to see what you think. Somebody said clarity. Somebody said evocativeness. Somebody said clarity. Good night, Akeem. Have a good one. A lot of people saying clarity, evocative. Okay, you're going to finish Fallout with your wife. Have so much fun. It's okay. No spoilers. It is the type of ending that is satisfying, but also really makes you annoyed that you can't keep watching. But it is satisfying. Okay. It was a trick question. Because they are all quite important, depending on who the person is making it. Here's what I'm going to say. For the person that's reading it, in order for you to get somebody to read it, I think clarity is the most important. Maybe. In order for you to make it, I think evocative is the most important. I think clarity and evocativeness dance back and forth as the most important. And here's why. In order for you to make something, in order for it to be worth your time to make something, that thing should merit its own existence, which means it needs to evoke something. And if there's something else that already evokes that thing, that it doesn't need to exist and you don't need to make it. And if it's an idea that you like, but it's not evoking anything yet, you need to figure out how to change it so that it evokes something, or sort of re-angle it, or add things, or take things away so it evokes something new. And that has to come from you, and I think that usually should be the first step when you're making homebrew, is making sure that the thing you're making is evocative and that it's new. So I think evocative is the most important thing as a writer. I think if you don't have a handle on evocative, you don't have a handle on anything. Unless you don't really care and you're sort of like, I'm not trying to build a magnum opus. I just want 30 different types of grenades. So I'm just going to be like, this grenade has this range and does this damage. This grenade has this. Like, that's fine. That's fine. But the reason why I say that is because this is fine from a balance perspective. It's okay from a clarity perspective. It definitely could use a little bit of crunching, but it's not really evocative. Like, it doesn't do anything that isn't already done multiple times over in the game. So, because of that, that doesn't mean it doesn't need to exist. Because it is allowing you to, like, sort of turn mundane items into limited use magic items. That's cool. But because it's so mechanically simple, or rather, because it's so mechanically similar to things that already exist, you as the creator kind of have to make a choice. And that choice is, do I need any feedback on this or not? Because I can see that it's balanced because it's basically word for word something else that already exists. So if that's the case, you don't necessarily need feedback on it. Like, if you're like, I don't want this to be anything extra. I just want it to be a limited time use. Magic item does a little bit of extra damage. Item does a little bit of extra damage as magic for a minute. Go with that, man. But that feature exists already. So you can just trust in it. If it's something, if you're really not making your thing that different from something that already exists, you can just trust in it being balanced for the most part. But also, it's not going to be compelling to anybody else outside of you and your home game. It's not going to be the kind of thing you can sell. It's not going to be the kind of thing people are going to, like, be excited to, like, ooh, let me buy that. Then maybe some will, but, like, you want, if your goal is to take this beyond your home game, then the challenge has to become, how do I make it worth someone's time? And if you don't want to add any more mechanics to this, and you want to make it worth their time, then you have to think about outside of the box ways of making it worth their time. Let me give you a couple examples. Do you know what would make this really nice and feel much more usable? If there was a table that showed you every different crystal type and what type of elemental damage it did. Do we need that? No. But would that make this more appealing? Yeah, it would. Because it would sort of gamify it a little bit more. Like, if you know you're going to make the mechanic really simple, then fill the rest in with stuff that so people can engage with that simple mechanic in a fun way. Whether that's the dungeon master engaging with it in the way they decide what is going to be going on, or whether it's the player's decision. It might be the next session, but even if it is, there is no table. So, from a formatting perspective, it is failing. All right, those are my thoughts. Those are my thoughts. And it, by the way, if you're like, you needed to read this to read all of this, nah. Because you didn't format it. Like, first of all, you didn't tell me what to read. Second of all, look how lack of formatting there is here. My guess is you copy-pasted this from things based on seeing this sort of syntaxy shit. But in the future, yeah. In the future, if you want me to read a specific thing, pick the specific thing. Because I'm not going to read 4 pages of homebrew text that describes a new system right now. If that's what is happening here. Okay. Thank you very much for sharing. Kaboosh. 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 It'd be better if it was Emerald, Poison, Ruby, Fire. Yeah, it'd be more fun. Like, that's what I mean by having a list. Like, by putting a table, it makes it fun to engage with. Like, if you're, like, it's just, you have to make it engaging. You have to make it fun to engage with. Tridosi, you can't handle gore? That makes sense, but it also kind of surprises me. Because you write such intense monsters. You fucking designed a monster that had, like, wore people's faces and skin. But I guess that was gore you had control over. You in charge of that gore. So it wasn't going to surprise you or catch you off guard. Or be, you could sort of make it gore that would fit the gore you like. That makes sense. All right. I've gone from it not making sense to making sense. I understand it. I understand it. I understand. I understand. I guess that monster wasn't really a squeamish monster. It was just sort of intense. TV shows should have a disabled gore setting like video games. I disagree with that, but that's just me. I think that video games... I would even argue that I think some video games should not allow you to disable gore. I think movies and TV shows are pieces of art, and they are selling you a very specific vision. And that vision should be exactly what the creators want it to be, or as close to it as possible. And I think that video games that are largely story-based should probably, I would say, should be as strict. Like, The Last of Us, I've never played, I haven't played The Last, actually, no, I did play it, but it was so long ago. But I don't remember if there were, like, an option to turn blood off in that. But, like, I wouldn't want to do that. That's part of that story. Hexagonal kiss. Interesting you were leaving. I'm glad you're still here. Boo. Moot. Guys, the music's gotten kind of like... It's gone through some journeys tonight. This is a rogue subclass I made called the Scrapper archetype. The theming is thinking on your toes, improvising, and street brawls, where you don't fight fair. My main concern is the theming. This archetype seems very clear in my head, and I can think of a lot of characters that fit it, but I'm having a hard time putting the words and making flavor to fit. Moot, that's so interesting. I would say I feel like you have the opposite problem. I would argue this is like a really common archetype, and I feel like I've seen it a lot. So maybe you do have the problem. Like, here's what I would say. But like the scrapper, like getting into scraps, I feel like I've seen a billion of this subclass already. So if anything, I don't know if your mechanics are going to sell it or not, but I would argue you need to sell a much more focused fiction here. I think this is sort of like saying I'm making a, this is like I'm making a dragon barbarian. You know, it's like, okay, oh really? How many of those are there already? You know? Yeah, we've seen this. We have not only seen this concept at least 3 times. We've seen this concept at least 3 times in the last month. It is a very common concept. So that's going to be the first piece of feedback. Is I'm going to tell you right now, I'm looking at this. I don't see a single title that makes me feel like this is anything other than every other version of this that I've seen before. Maybe that's the case. I'm going to make some guesses here, and let's see how close I am. First guess is that this is going to be a subclass that allows you to... I haven't read it yet. This is going to be a subclass that allows you to fight with improvised weapons. Second feature, it might be a subclass that allows you to strength instead of dex for sneak attacky stuff. Third prediction, it might come with a bunch of either one-time use or semi-one-time use features that involve either throwing something in someone's eyes, or like or kicking them in the nuts or something like that. It's going to include at least some of those elements. That is my guess. I have not looked at it yet. Let's see how close I am. I meant sneak attack with like a non-finesse weapon, like sneak attack with your fist or with an improvised weapon or something. I apologize, I misspoke. Okay. But if, by the way, if I'm right about any of those, I don't think that's good. I mean, it's not bad, but it's like, it's fucking obvious. It's like, you know, you gotta sell your fiction more. Okay, let's see. Also, you spelled rogue wrong. Rouge. Those who adhere to this... Dude. Moot. Dude, I've seen so much of your homebrew now. Why are you writing flavor text like this? When I think of an evocative opening sentence, something to really catch the reader, something that makes them go, oh man, not only is this cool, like, I need to know more. Do I think of the phrase, those who adhere to this archetype? I would argue no. I would argue this might be an appropriate sentence to find somewhere towards the middle or end of a final paragraph where it can be hidden to introduce some potential ideas you might think about. You know, if you're going to introduce gods, you know, like, oh, you might worship these gods or whatever, like one of those. But this is nothing. This can't be your opening sentence. These scoundrels see the potential in everything around them to help them fight on the drop of the foes. Again, it's too long. End the sentence here. As soon as you get to help them, it becomes too long and it feels like you're just going on. When these rogues fight, they fight to survive and don't particularly care if they fight dirty. These ideas are okay, but again, none of this is new. We've seen this subclass 30 times. So even if the ideas you're getting across, even if like the goal of your subclass is not new, like it's kind of, if it's done before, you want your flavor text to feel like it's shining a light on it in like a fresh way. Like, you're sort of shooting yourself in the foot when you go with vague common subclass and then vague common flavor text, you know? We are walking through a painting and we are not getting to see the colors, you know? Yeah, a lot of this just feels like a rogue also, I agree. Okay, let's see if we get a third level. Opportunist. When you choose this archetype at third level, you've learned to make great use of whatever you have on hand in a fight. You've literally said that 3 times by the time we read this. I don't want to feel that way when I read that sentence. As a bonus action, you can search an area around you for an improvised weapon. When you do so, you will always find one within 5 feet of you. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't think you should always find one. I feel like that seems unreasonable. I think that you should almost always find one, because it could just be a rock that you pick up. But I think there are situations where this would not make sense. You shouldn't magically be able to manifest matter, which is what this is doing. Additionally, you get proficiency with improvised weapons. Yeah, I fucking told you. Boom. Improvised weapons and finesse. Every fucking one of these guys gets this. Okay, right in the kisser. Starting at third level, you know how to strike hard when you have to. Putting all the force you can muster into your attack. You can use your sneak attack with an improvised weapon, even if you don't have advantage in the attack roll, but not if you have disadvantage. When you do, the improvised weapon shatters and becomes unusable. Okay, so I want to say 2 things here. The gameplay loop that's being created here is I use my bonus action to pick up an improvised weapon. I attack with it. I get my sneak attack. That is not crazy. That's very... I mean, that gameplay loop is fine. I think the question you have to ask yourself is it fun? I don't know. I don't know if it's interesting. I don't know if the flavor is strong enough to merit the simplicity of it. Because it's like... Because it's not really doing anything. It's literally the same as you use your bonus action to give yourself sneak attack, and then you have a dagger. It's kind of the same as that. So I don't know how I feel about that, because we've now gone most of the way through 3rd level. We're done 3rd level. And what do we have? What do we get at 3rd level? At 3rd level, we basically get something that is a complicated way of essentially what we get as a rogue anyway, which is the bonus action to do something to give us sneak attack and then to sneak attack. And it's a little turned around because we're just getting the thing. The bonus action is to get the thing back, but it doesn't feel different, right? Like, it just kind of feels this. Like, what's the fiction of that? Like, I mean, I get the fiction of it, but how is that fiction turning into gameplay mechanics that feel like anything? There's nothing stopping you from carrying a bag of rocks or sticks, but tuna melt, it doesn't matter. This does not give you any advantage. What this does is it creates a problem and solves the problem, so that at the end of it, it is literally the same as you having a dagger. It is no different than you basically being a rogue and having a dagger. The only thing is, you can pick up anything to be a weapon, and you can sneak attack it no matter what, and then it breaks. But you know what doesn't break? A dagger. So you don't need to do that whole bonus action to pick something up, because you just have it. You just have your dagger. And to not have sneak attack, but then have your bonus action, there's a shit ton of stuff you can do to get your sneak attack. So I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. It doesn't feel like it sells any fiction. Or it doesn't give you any, it doesn't feel like it gives you anything. Let's look at pragmatic improviser. Guys, I'm sorry. I know I'm getting a little tired, and it's like really hot, so I don't have as much energy as I normally do. Or maybe not enough clarity. Does that make sense what I just said? Like, do you understand what I mean when I'm saying why these features, at the end of them, you kind of end up being in the same place as just any rogue with a dagger? Does that make sense what I'm saying? Or am I rambling? I think it makes sense, but I just need to be clear that it does. Okay. Because by the end of your subclass feature, you do want to feel like you are getting something that's a bit of a benefit that helps you feel like a certain type of character. So, like, the Inquisitive Rogue have a feature very similar to this, where you can use your bonus action to contest a check with a creature, and then you can get your sneak attack on them for free for a minute. It's not that different than this. It's very similar. But it is just a thing you do once, and then you have it for a minute. And the contested check is an insight check versus deception. And the whole other part of the subclass is about building you up to be badass with insight. So it fits the flavor a lot more too. Even if at the end of it, you're not that different, the mechanic to get there really fits. And then on top of that, you have a whole other feature that is not that feature that ties into being an Inquisitive Rogue. This is giving us basically two features that have to work together to do one thing. And beyond that, they don't really do anything for us. How about using a dagger instead of an improvised weapon, bonus action, hiding to gain advantage? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's not that different than that. You can't always hide, right? There's going to be situations with this where you might get sneak attack that you wouldn't normally be able to, but it doesn't matter. Those situations are going to be specific. We want this thing to feel unique all the time, and we want it to feel like it is taking us to another level of rogue. Also, mechanically, it encourages carrying around a bag full of chair legs. I don't have a problem with that. Oh, that's a really good point, Tuna Melt. You could just keep picking up objects. Oh. I don't think that's good. That's not good. Wait a minute. That's true. Okay. The ability to always have your sneak attack with an improvised weapon, it doesn't work. I think that doesn't work. I think that's too much sneak attack. Because anything can be an improvised weapon. And while you can use a bonus action to find an improvised weapon, in the real rules, in the traditional rules, in the official rules, you can pick something up for free. You don't need a bonus action to pick up a random object. I was thinking about this like a gameplay loop. I was not thinking about its ramifications into actual gameplay. So this gameplay loop also, it doesn't matter. You don't even need to use that bonus action. Yeah, this doesn't work, dude. Because what actually is happening is you just always have sneak attack if you have a bag of rocks. And that's not great. Normally you can't sneak attack with a flask of alchemist fire because you can only sneak attack with finesse weapons. I would argue that a flask would, I would say alchemist fire would not count as an improvised weapon. For the purposes of this. That's the other thing is, what does it mean to have an improvised weapon? What translates, what magic items translate into improvised weapons? All right, we're going to read a little bit more, but I'm going to be honest, dude. Core concept, I think your core gameplay loop, you weren't thinking about a couple stuff, or you thought some stuff would have more import or less import, but this gameplay loop doesn't work. And this third level gameplay loop really needs to work, because guess what this character's not doing? Getting any other subclass features for 6 fucking levels. Yes, giving rogues an alternative way to do sneak attack is often a thing, but you want that alternative to be a sort of unique situation that helps sell the flavor of the world of the subclass, because it's pretty easy to get sneak attack for just any rogue. So you want the unique situations to really sell that fiction, and in an ideal situation, encourage a certain type of gameplay. But that aside, this just doesn't work, because I can always just pull a pen out of my pocket and stab you with it. And I can keep 30 pens in my pocket in the real world. In a D&D world, if you take the same logic of how much you can carry in real world to D&D world, you can probably carry 1,000 pens without ever having to think about it. Now you're just infinite. Yeah, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work because of the way that picking up and putting down items works as free actions. Let's take a look at Pragmatic Improviser. You can spend a minute assembling whatever you have around you into one of the following: an improved improvised weapon that has D6 damage die and the thrown property, on artisan's tools, some arrows, some pythons. Any item you create this way is made from junk and has no value. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain... Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I think I like the vibe of this. I think that the options we have don't really work well. I don't know. I mean, improving the improvised weapon feels like a quality of life thing that you would just need for this subclass to work if you could figure out how to make this feature work. And everything else feels like stuff that you most likely would just have a lot of the time. I think I might get a little bit more specific with it. I don't know. Like, the items that we're getting are just items you can buy at a store. Like, we are now 9 levels into this subclass, and there's not a lot that it has going on that any rogue couldn't accomplish, assuming they go to the store beforehand. So I think that you got to think about that a little bit. I don't think this is selling a fiction of anything, really, right now. Let's see. Sucker Punch. At 13th level, you're not above seizing an opportunity whenever one presents itself. You never miss a moment to kick a foe when they're down. You said you're saying the same sentence twice in a row. Let me translate this to you. I'm going to burn away all the words because I can speak in meaning. It's a language you learn when you get old enough. I don't know how long humans live. So let me just speak. I'm going to read this sentence in meaning, and you'll see what I mean. At 13th level, you are very good at taking opportunities out of situations. And you are also very good at taking opportunities out of situations. So you should get rid of one of those. When you hit a creature with an attack of opportunity, you can immediately make a second attack with a finesse weapon or unarmed strike against the same creature. Very, very situational. Also, something that will not come up a lot for rogues. So one of the things that I think you should think about in general when you're making subclass features, you have to think about the core build of the class. And it's okay to defy that, but you need to be thinking about it. And if you are going to defy it, you need to defy it with intention. So let me give you an example that isn't this. If you are making a subclass for a barbarian, you should not give them any features that give them a way to grant themselves advantage on attack rolls. It is a waste of time. You should not give them any features that allow them to add extra die to critical hits, because that's a waste of time. Why is it a waste of time? Because two of the most important aspects of a barbarian is brutal critical, which is where they add dice to crits, and reckless attack, where you trade advantage for disadvantage. With that in mind, chat, why do you think I would look at Sucker Punch and say this doesn't make sense on a rogue? Why do you think? There is one thing I'm thinking of. I would not be surprised if you guessed another, but I'm curious. John, Doom, John and Jude. Fuck, you guys are getting... Can I just say, I want to ask you a question. First of all, I do feel like you guys, I feel like we are all getting smarter together. But I also want to know, I don't know if you guys like it when I do the thing where I ask a question and wait for answers, but it is so the way that I used to like run teaching programs that it's hard for me not to do. So I hope it's not boring. But you guys all just hit the nail on the head. It's not auto sneak attack, although that is a thought. It is, rogues are not ever designed, no rogue stays in melee combat. Or rather, no one, like, people, it is never advantageous for a monster to move away from... No monster that gets within melee of a rogue moves away from that rogue. Like, that's just not how that game... That's, like... It doesn't matter if you're the dumbest monster in the world or the most brilliant military tactician. You want to stay close to the rogue so you can take it down. What makes a rogue survivable most of the time, there are exceptions, is its ability to adapt and maneuver. Bonus action disengage. Hiding. There's just so many things. The only rogue that really is intended to be in one-on-one melee is the swashbuckler, because they get the one-on-one power. But even them, if too many people get around, they're going to bonus action dip the fuck out. But I'll tell you what, they're not, you know what I mean? So this feels like a feature that I feel like it's not going to come up that much. The other thing is that there's another part here, and I actually want to say it feels cool that you guys said the thing you said first, because I'll tell you what I thought you were going to say. I thought you were going to say rogues shouldn't get extra attack. And I don't know how much of big of an issue that is, but it is a secondary issue here, is that rogues don't get extra attack. There is a rogue that does. First person to guess it wins. I'll give you a clue. It's a rogue subclass. It's one of their capstone features. One rogue has a capstone that literally is basically, you get extra attack. There's another rogue that gets something that's like extra attack, but it's not extra attack. Scout. Yes. So the Scout rogue at level 18 or 17 or whatever their capstone is, they get a feature where they can attack twice in a turn. That's their whole thing. The Phantom Rogue can't attack twice. It can just shoot a thing to do extra damage. The Thief Rogue cannot attack twice. It gets 2 turns. But each of those turns, it can only attack once. The Soul Knife gets extra attack stuff as bonus action stuff way early. But they can't... They're not... Those aren't full attacks. It isn't a huge issue here because it's as effective as 2-weapon fighting. Yeah, I agree. That's why it wasn't the number one thing that was like, I don't like that. But it was something that I was thinking about. Like, again, it's another random thing. It's like, why? But because it stands out. Like, why is it's not broken, but why is that what sells the fiction of this? Like, what is the story of this rogue? Or this type of rogue? Why is the Scrapper Rogue good at these specific things as opposed to any other thing that a Hoodlum Rogue would be good at? I don't know. because it doesn't feel like it's selling a story or a fiction. All of these feel pretty general. And I've talked about this before. You can build general subclass features. You don't need to be super specific with every single thing, but you have to be aware of the context in which your homebrew exists. The scrapper rogue, the brooder rogue, the brute rogue is both very common and very vague. It doesn't sell a big story on its own. It needs work to sell a story, and then it needs work to make that story stand out. So when you're building something that you know is built upon a vague foundation, you need to be extra thoughtful about finding a specific story to tell in that vagueness. If you want to build more general things, come up with concepts that are more specific. Let me give you an example. I think it would be totally reasonable to have very vague, simple, basic kind of lightning powers and be a Pikachu knight. Or I think it would be very reasonable to have very straightforward type powers if you want to be like a Superman fighter or a Spider-Man artificer or whatever. Like, and I'll tell you why. Because you don't need to sell the fiction, because the fiction is selling itself. I don't need to know what a Pikachu is. I know Pikachu. It's Pikachu. I know Spider-Man. Spider-Man. So it's less work you have to put less work into making the mechanics sell the fiction when the fiction is very clear. You know, it would be interesting to give the Scrappy Rogue flavor a free light weapons attack when you disengage. It's an interesting idea. I might make it limited in use, but that's definitely an interesting idea. It would certainly help try to figure out a combat loop of something here that makes sense, and that more than makes sense, that feels like it's selling a fiction. Because that's really the part that's missing here. Take a lickin', keep on ticking. At 17th level, they can keep knocking you down, but you just keep on getting back. When you fall to 0 hit points, you can immediately expend a number of hit die equal to your con modifier. When you, you should mention the phrase that you're regaining HP here, even though it is the same as that. I would still mention it. Yeah, man, Moot, this doesn't feel like a subclass yet. This feels like a bunch of random, kind of vague, brawler, scrapper rogue features. Some of them work, some of them don't, but I don't think that's the problem here. I think the problem here is this doesn't feel like it's selling a fiction. This feels like a handful of features. Another thing to point out for your own sense of design. Rogues are one of the more open-ended classes in terms of like what sorts of things you can give them. But there are two things that I think every single rogue gets that I think you should keep in mind, or at least almost everyone does. One, at level 3, they get some interesting way to interact with their sneak attack, whether that's another way to do it, a way to empower it, something like that. 2, they all get something that boosts their potential damage output at level 17. Every single one. Maybe one doesn't, but I'm 99% sure every single one does. So I would... like, you have not earned going against the grain here. You can go against the grain, you know? Like, there's a paladin that doesn't get an aura at level 7. But you know why that works? Because it earned not getting that aura. So if you want to go against the grain, that has to be earned in the rest of the subclass. And it's not yet. I think you could add a tanky feature to a striker if you reformat it to feel more like a tanky version of a striker earlier, but we're not getting that. It's a little bit too late. It's sort of like getting, we're going for a drive and we're going to put the wheels on, you know, when we get to the destination. It's a little bit what it feels like there. But yeah, man, I'm going to be honest. I struggle with these sorts of pieces, not emotionally, but I have never, I've pieces like the brute rogue, the tank fighter, the bulwark fighter, all of these sort of like very common tropes, I really struggle with finding reasons for them to be exciting. And I think that part of that is like it's a hard sell. So you gotta sell a real fiction in here, buddy. You gotta find something. And I think that's what you said in here, is that like, yeah, it doesn't feel like the mechanics don't feel like they do. Yeah, I think the question is, what the fuck is Scrapper? I think the issue is not that you can't figure out this in your head, like, because it is very clear. The issue is not that it's clear. It's clear, but it's also like cliche and really overdone. So you need to make it more precise. It's not a matter of clarity, it's a matter of precision. All right, those be my thoughts. Thank you, Moot, for sharing. Let's give them a little round of applause. I'm starting to go a little cross-eyed. Look at my screen too long. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This has got to somehow be more different than a swashbuckler for comparison. Yeah. Now this makes similar mistakes to what Wizard of the Coast did with the UA 1D&D brawler fighter. Maybe. Oh, I gotta rub my eyes. I'm getting all, my eyes are going lazy-eyed. I might have to end stream soon. I might be losing power. The flesh vessel sometimes starts to fall apart later at night. It's clear, but the gameplay is not evocative. Yeah, exactly. The Drunken Master barely has enough to feel like a Drunken Master. I agree. It is barely, but it is, yeah. Yeah, I agree. All right, clunk. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to try to do one more. If it's long and my eyes start hurting, I'm going to have to end stream. Is that okay with everybody? That's unreasonable? Maybe I'll do it more than one more. We'll see. My eyes are starting to hurt, though. Bagadu, bagadu, ba, 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 bagadu, bagadu, ba. Ba. We have nerd. I'm shocked there's only one animal type monk. I wanted to try and create another one. Isn't there? Wait, there's an animal monk? Is there an animal monk? Spider monk. All right, let's take a look. I like the idea of a spider monk. Do you remember how I said we just had a whole conversation about how you got to sell the fiction? You got to like find the specific story in the thing. This is a perfect example of one where you don't. Spider monk. Done. All you need to do is say spider monk. That's all the flavor you need, quite literally. It's good to put more, but that's enough vibe. The proud followers of Lolth, Queen of the Spiders, are a guide to the Queen's web. I would not start with stuff about Lolth. I would start with these guys. Those that are part of the Queen's pack learn to manipulate their new arachnid body into poisonous weapon. All of you do this. You all suck at flavor text. It's crazy how much all of you suck at flavor text. Many followers will teach newcomers to control their new ki, while others will take their newly enhanced abilities. Okay, this is a great last paragraph to your homebrew. But you know what this doesn't tell us? This doesn't tell us... This is like the most fucking roundabout way of talking about the monk. Hey, there's these people that worship this thing, and those that do that also do that, and those that do that sometimes also are monks. Oh my god. Monks that follow the way of the spider learn to fight with webs, venom, and guile. Period. Something like that. Start us with the fucking monk. Oh my god. I'm sorry. It's not you. It's everybody. We saw like 3 people. You guys, I think you're rushing your flavor text. I don't know what it is, but people just don't know how to start. Maybe we should do a stream where we just do first sentences or something. Because you guys really got to work on your first sentences. Like, the first sentence is the first thing somebody reads. It's so important. Smolder's showing? No, Smolder's not showing. Have I said anything degrading? Have I insulted them personally? I don't think it's a rough night. I'm having fun. Does it seem a rough night? I don't know. Yeah, you make your flavor text not the history of the thing. Make your flavor text cool sentence about what the cool sentence saying this is the thing. Sentences saying like this is what the thing is like. And then maybe things at the end saying this is where the thing comes from. If you fear that, then guess what, Hexagon? Take that fear and turn it into action. And make it better. Spider prowess. And you know what? You know what you have to do to make it better? This is why it's so fucking stupid. Do you know what you have to do to make it better? You have two things. And they're really easy. They're like the easiest things in the world. One is you have to try. That's it. You don't even have to succeed. You just have to try. You know what the other thing is? Show it to people that aren't me and get their feedback. Those two things. If you decide, I am going to actively try to write better flavor text for this piece, make the choice. Don't just decide passively, I'll get better at it. No. Sit down to write the flavor text and say to yourself, I am actively going to make better flavor text. And then try to write it. And then send it to some people and get feedback. If you do those two things, it doesn't matter how bad you are at writing. It doesn't matter how good you are at writing. Just do those two things. You are going to get better at writing quickly. That's it. Actively decide to try to improve while you're writing and seek guidance from your peers. This is how most Wizards of the Coast flavor text reads, though? No, it isn't. Not like this. What do you want? Pick a subclass. The undead. You've made a pact with a deathless being. Well, warlocks are kind of a weird one, but let's see. You've made a pact with a deathless being, a creature that defies the cycle of life and death, forsaking its thing into ambitions. For such beings, oh, interesting. They kind of are that more, but I disagree, man. I think it's maybe more okay with warlocks. Let's look at it for monks. Cinder, you're gonna get egg on your face. Oh, no, I'm not. Not when I look at the right class. Monks of the Way of the Shadow follow a tradition that values stealth and subterfuge. Boom. Done. Let's look at another monk. Monk who follows the way of the astral self believes their body is an illusion. Done. Let's look at another monk. Monks of the Way of the Open Hand are the ultimate masters of martial arts and combat, whether armed or unarmed. What are all of these things doing? Oh, it looks like all of them are telling us exactly what the vibe of this monk is before it does anything else. Huh. I'm telling you guys, I'm not pulling stuff out of my butt. I'm not making up patterns. Yeah, I know. I'm not like I like when people disagree with me because I am wrong sometimes, and it is good to acknowledge that. But I'm almost never wrong about that sort of thing. So I do like when people question me on that because I can just point out that they're wrong. Okay, with that in mind, let's take a look at the subclass. I told you guys, I don't have a good memory for a lot of things. One of the only things I have a good memory for is, like, patterns in D&D. I don't know why. Okay. Spider prowess. At 3rd level, you get spider prowess. With your new enhanced abilities, you gain the following benefits. See, guys? That's all you fucking need, man. When you got spider powers, you don't need to explain it. Just say you get spider powers. Fuck you. That's fine. It works well. All right, you can absorb poison and disease from a willing target, turning it into 1 key point. Can anybody tell me what's missing here? What's missing here? No action. Mechanics. You both just answered the... Okay, here's the thing is, I'm a moron and Fluffcopter. One said no action, one said mechanics. You're both right. Because there's a bigger problem and a smaller problem. The bigger problem is there are no mechanics here. One of the mechanics that is not here is, what is the action economy? Is this an action? Is this a bonus action? Is it happen at the end of your turn? When does this happen? Where does it sit in the action economy? That's one of the things. The other thing is, what does it do? Does it remove the poisoned condition? Does it remove disease? You say it looks like a reaction? Why? I would argue a reaction usually happens by being triggered by an action. There is no action being triggered here. Tradosio, as always, you're a champion. Get home safe. Tradosio, guys, also, I'm going to say this right now. Tradosio has already started working on a Diva, a Doom, a Junker Queen, and half of a Zarya subclass for Overwatch. He said he's going to post them in the Discord. Tradosio, I'm not promising that I'm going to give feedback, but I am going to probably look at them when I go to bed. But I might be too tired to write anything. But I'm just very curious. Okay. But that doesn't mean I'm going to be giving you feedback on Discord. Because I don't like promising that if I can't follow through on it. I might be too tired. Okay, but yeah, so let's look at what this does. The other thing is, so we don't know when to do this. We don't know how to do this. And we don't know mechanically what it's doing. And then the other thing is it's infinite use. There is another character that has the ability to remove poison and disease from creatures. It's a paladin. Cost them 5 of their lay on hands points. And it takes an action to do. You cannot have an infinite use the ability to remove poison and disease. You just can't. Also, you should not be getting key points back this way. I completely disagree with all of this. Also, by trying to balance it by saying the poison has to be from an enemy, what does that mean? I guess that means you can't poison yourself, but what dictates an enemy? Like, that's so vague, and I think you know it's vague, which is why you put this sentence here, but there's too much missing here, and I think the idea that you are draining a creature's venom, draining a creature that's poisoned to give you power is cool. I do not think it works as a 3rd level feature. I do not think it works as an infinite used feature, and I do not think it works mechanically when you just simply don't have mechanics here. Gaining a passive climb speed is also kind of redundant on a monk in a weird sort of way. I mean, I get it. It's a little bit different.
PSA to all players.
Oh, yes.
You can run away if an encounter is going very poorly for you. Don't count on the DM save your bums. They probably won't. Thumbs up.
Thank you. Thank you for the Rex, for the 5 and for the feed and for the advice. Yeah, at 9th level, they can already run on walls. And adding your wisdom modifier to your initiative is fine, but I don't love it. I don't love, and I think all of this feels like it misses the mark. I think this whole thing does so far. This feature just feels like it. I get the vibe, but it's so mechanically unstable, and also just completely overpowered and broken. This monks already get. Adding our wisdom to our initiative is good, but it's sort of whatever. You know? I get it, I guess. Quick reflexes and all, but I just don't... It doesn't sell the idea of the spider monk to me. Maybe it would if the other things that were with it felt more like they worked, but like this might be getting... My feeling about this feature might be getting tainted by these two. But I would maybe melt this whole thing. Gloomstalkers can already add their wisdom. Yeah, so there's precedent for it existing. The Dragon Monk's fly speed is also highly redundant, probably less worthwhile than this one getting a climb speed. I disagree with that, but Shalakor, but that's just me, man. Because your jump speed is still based off of your strength, so even if you step of the wind, you can't get nearly as far as if you fly. Step of the wind to move and jump is way less movement than flight, even if the flight is just for the one turn. So I kind of disagree. Also, you have to think about flight as not just flight in a direction, but flight is mobility. Like, you can be doing a lot of things in a lot of directions with flight. With jumping, you're just, boop, that's the direction. So I think I disagree with you there, buddy. Unless I'm mushing my brain about the features. We get Web Strike. You learn how to manipulate your key into powerful webbing that shoots from your hands. It's an action. You can shoot webbing up to 30 feet to one creature you can see. I would say at one creature you can see. It must make a dex saving throw against your key save DC or be grappled by the web. When grappled, you can choose one of the following options. You can pull a creature towards you or pull yourself towards the creature. You can disarm a weapon or trip. All of these, they just happen? How far do you pull or move the creature? Why is the disarm on a dex save? Okay. I like the idea of all of these, but the saving throw being here is not the move. The saving throw should be tied to these. You should be making a different saving throw depending on what the thing is. I also think that this needs limited use, man. This needs fucking limited use. This is infinite use. That's too much. Also, can you not flurry? Could you flurry your blows off of this or no? Do you need to make the attack? Do you need to attack on your turn to use flurry of blows? Or can you use flurry of blows if you do another action? Because if you can't use flurry of blows, this really sucks too. It's sort of like too much and too shit at the same time. So I would say you should be able to use flurry of blows. Like this should count as a monk attack for the purposes of extra stuff. I think this is cool. I like this more than this. I think you got to figure out. I think you are oversimplifying this, and I think that you are writing in shorthand, and that sucks. You should go look up how tripping attack works. Go look up how disarming strike works. You know, go look up how Lance of Lethargy or whatever the Eldritch Blast invocation that pulls creatures work. Because there are already features that do all of these things in D&D, and they are written very clearly, and none of them are written in 1 word or 2 words. There is a lot of information that's missing here mechanically, and that information needs to make it in. And honestly, I can't tell you if this is reasonably balanced or not, because depending on what state that information takes is going to have a lot of impact on how powerful this is. Yeah, Flurry of Blows requires an attack action. You might want to figure out how to redo this. Yeah, and one of these things should be key point based. I mean, I just think you just get rid of spider prowess. I don't think it's good. I think the idea here is interesting. I think that you have to be careful because right now this is very similar to a monk that already exists, which is the Way of Open Hand. And this, your monk is just Way of Open Hand monk, but infinitely better. Because your monk can disarm a weapon, can knock a creature prone, and can pull a creature up to 30 feet, or pull you up to 30 feet. And you can just do that. The Way of the Open Hand monk can knock a creature prone, can push a creature only 15 feet, or can make them not take reactions. And you can only use these powers if you have used a key point to use Flurry of Blows. So, I feel like with that in mind, you have gone a little bit overboard here in terms of the power of this. And I also think that you need to focus in on it mechanically. I would not allow web to stunning strike. What do we get at 6th level? Using poison that is now flowing through your body, you can spend 3 points to secrete poison, causing poison damage equal to your monk level to creatures that contact you. What? Creature has to make a con save or be poisoned until the end of your next turn. Additionally, you can spend... You need to write in full sentences. You're missing a lot of words, and it makes the whole thing kind of read like... It kind of makes it read like you didn't think about it or you don't know what you're talking about. And I don't want people to assume either of those about you. Okay. I think maybe we're going to skim from now on because let's be honest. There's a lot of stuff here that I think speaks to a lack of doing research, and I think that genuinely you're going to get a lot more benefit from you doing research and reading how mechanics work in D&D than from me giving you too much feedback. But yeah, I'll just give you a little bit. Here's what's missing from here. We can spend 3 key points to secrete a poison, and it hurts anybody. Anybody that touches us instantly takes damage equal to our monk level, and then they have to make a con save or be poisoned. How the fuck long does this secretion last on us? Does it last a minute? Does it last 10 minutes? Does it only last until the first creature touches us, and then is it deactivated? So is this a one-time use feature? Also, you shouldn't do automatic damage. Also, the damage you deal should not be equal to your monk level. Also, all of this stuff it's fucking overpowered. It's like, this is like shockingly overpowered. It's cartoonishly overpowered. And you would be able to tell that if you just looked at any other monk subclass. That's what I feel like in terms of you're not doing your research. You're not looking at other things in terms of how they're balanced, and you're not looking at other things in terms of how much information is required for someone to understand a feature. Because every single one of these features has, like, key elements missing. And it's hard for me to judge that. As I can't, you know, it's hard for me to talk about power balance because there's just stuff that's missing that, like, I don't know, because I don't know. This is a totally different feature, so it should be a totally different paragraph. Also, what the fuck does it mean to cast Poison Spray as a 15-foot cone or a 20-foot line? Also, you're not a spellcaster. What's your spellcasting modifier? I know you're probably assuming it's Wisdom, but do you know who's not assuming that? The game. You need to have that language in there. Whenever you give a creature access to spells who is not normally a spellcaster, even if there's something like a monk where they come with their own spells, where they come with their own key save DC, you need to clarify what is using what. Monk's key feature says that if they ever cast spells, it uses Wisdom. Is that true? All right, I didn't know that. All right, I take that back. I take that back. Regardless, everything else I said, still very fucking valid. At 11th level, whenever a creature is within 20 feet of you, you can sense them. What does that mean? What does it mean to sense them? Does that mean you know where they are? Does that mean you can you don't have to deal with disadvantage from blindness? Because I would argue just because you sense them doesn't mean you wouldn't have disadvantage from blindness. Or darkness. Also, why can't you... Additionally, you can't be surprised. I guess that's fine for 11th level. It's a little lackluster. It sort of feels like, you know... It feels kind of silly. It feels like you're double dipping. Because at 3rd level, we get Wisdom modifier to initiative to represent that we are quick. I don't think we need to not be surprised on top of that. You think it means blind sight to a range of 20 feet? That would be great if it said that. But it's another one of those examples of, like... We're not getting... There's a lot of these features don't have mechanics expressed. And then at 17th level, you can attack 3 times whenever you take the attack action. Ugh. Boring. Whenever you deal damage with Flurry of Blows, you can add extra poison damage equal to your Wisdom. Boring! Guys, damn it. Both of the main features we get at 18th, 17th level are just number goes up. I'm okay with the number goes up if there's enough meat on the bone around it. You need a little numbers go up every now and then. But both of these are just numbers go up. And their numbers go up in the same way. Think about the goal of each of features that you give. And imagine that each feature should sort of work together so that they accomplish a variety of goals. Okay? What is the goal of attacking 3 times instead of twice? What is the goal of that, chat? Why would we want to attack 3 times instead of twice? What does that help us with? What do you think? More damage. Great. What is the goal of dealing extra poison damage on Flurry of Blows? What is the goal of the extra damage of Flurry? More damage. Both of these they're doing the same thing. You don't need both. You're wasting space. Also, Shades of the Mothman. You were wrong. And I need you to say, I was wrong. and I'm too confident, and I need to check my work more. I need you to say that in the chat in the next 3 minutes. Key save does not talk about spellcasting. It talks about monk features. That's not what I told you to say. I told you I need you to say, I was wrong, and I'm going to do more research. And I was wrong. I was overconfident, and I will do more research next time. I need you to say that sentence. Don't apologize. I don't need an apology. I need you to get... I need an oath of improvement. And I need that in the next 2 minutes and 18 seconds. I was wrong, and I was overconfident, and I will do more to... Well, you missed up the end there, but I see the intention. So great. Lovely. To research. There you go. There you go. Okay, cool. You know what, Shades? What a great idea. I wish more people, when they were wrong, would step up. They would own it. And then they would take that moment of ownership to decide to better themselves in the future and try to maybe not make as many assumptions. I think it's noble that you are leaving that with such a positive and productive headspace. Not a lot of people do that. It's very bold of you, and I appreciate that. Yeah, so main feedback that I have for this is that you should take a little bit of time, and you should look at other monk subclasses that exist, and you should familiarize yourself a little bit more with the way that the mechanics of features are written. And I think that you should specifically look at the Way of Mercy monk, the Open Hand monk, and maybe one or two others to just give you a sense of, like, because yours is doing stuff that a lot of other monks already do. That's kind of why I want you to look at those two, but also those are two good monks to look at for power balance. Because there are monks that are kind of like, this is not the best designed. But anyway, yeah, I think that this needs a lot of work. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a great thing to need a lot of work. I think you are going to get the most out of the work that you put in if before you doing the work, you read other monk subclasses and maybe also share this with the Discord and get some more closer hands-on feedback. Because I think that your biggest improvement is going to be starting to familiarize yourself with the sort of unspoken rules of D&D design, which is using the right sentence structure, using the right words, making sure that your text includes not just what the thing does from an imagination perspective, but all of the proper language to say it very clearly from a mechanical perspective so that other people know what that intention is and know how to implement it. That's going to be the most important thing here. After that, you want to work on balance. You want to work on getting rid of features that feel like they're not doing something particularly interesting or new or redundant, and filling in the space with something that sells the fiction of the spider monk that wouldn't also just work on any other monk, or the Way of Mercy monk, or whatever. Alrighty, those are my thoughts. Thank you very much, nerd. Thank you for sharing. Lovely. Absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. Shades, yeah, I kind of agree with Gem. I think unless you were redesigning the monk where it has a core element of spellcasting, I don't think you need to include that there. Because that's the kind of thing where it's like, you might feel like it makes sense there because you're like, oh, it's there, so people know it. But no, people are going to not think to look there, and they're going to be like, I don't know what to do for this. When it's in the feature, they don't need to think about what it is because they can just be like, how does this feature work? Oh, all the mechanics are expressed right here. I don't need to assume that part of these mechanics are expressed somewhere in the base class. That's a little bit of extra work that I think is not the move. One more spin. I was going to end. You know what? Yeah, we can do one more spin. We'll do one more spin. Can I make a request from everybody that's here? This is my request. We're going to do one more spin. When we finish tonight, I want before you leave stream tonight, I would like as many of you as possible, if you have something you would want to ask me about in D&D, whether that's a problem player, you're having trouble with a campaign, an encounter, whatever, you need something. I want at least half of you to ask me a question in this form. That's what I want. That's my challenge. I'm gonna do at least one more, and I'm gonna start doing it. We're doing this is honor mode. I'm not waiting for you guys to answer it, but I would like 30 questions. That's the goal. You don't need to have a question right now. I want you to ask a question in the forum at some point, because tomorrow's stream is going to be devoted to me going through these and answering them. I would love to be able to actually be helpful to you. You can submit only one for now, because only one is going to go into the form, but I will also be taking questions from chat. So if you have a question other than the one, put the one that is the most important one in the form. And then if you have other questions that you want to ask, you could ask them in the chat. And if there's follow-ups to the main one, it can just be us going back and forth during it. All right. That's my ask. My ask is that you come up with a question. If you have or don't force it. I don't want you to force it. But I want you to be like, if I have something that I would like Cinder's help with, whether that's dealing with something at the table or coming up with an encounter idea or whatever, I would love to be able to do that. All right. And those streams, all these streams work based on whether or not you guys participate, which is kind of why I'm like, help me. Because the more you participate, the more I am able to do I'm not playing video games. My whole stream is literally, what do you bring to the table? And I will look at it. That's like, that's like 80% of my stream. I'm moving soon and I'm a couple months into DMing for my buddies. Here's your dilemma. Is your dilemma that they all live together or they all live in the same city and you would have to be calling in and they'd all be together? Well, maybe you'll type it into the chat. I'll look at it. One more spin. Final spin of the night. And guys, I don't know if you saw this yet, but I have ending credits and they work. So if you have donated any money, if you have gifted any subs, if you have joined and become a member, hell, if you became a new follower, if you super chatted, if you did any of those things, you're going to be in the ending credits of the episode. Oh, sorry, Cross Toxin. Sorry, buddy. Better luck next time. Can't win them all. Also, guys, if you are sitting around with your homebrew and you are waiting for me to review it and you're sending the same piece week after week after week, don't do that. Take that same homebrew, post it in the Discord, work on it there, get it great. Don't wait for me to be the one to work on your homebrew with you. You should always be seeking growth. I wanted to make a cool monster for an Arctic environment and ended up thinking about how the trope creature that has ice crystals on it would actually work. I'm fairly proud of its central mechanic, and hope I did a good job of making it have a unique weakness. All right, let's take a look. Wouldn't it be funny if you didn't give me access to it? The Rhyme Cutter Drake. Ooh, I like the name. Don't feel too bad, buddy. Also, I will say I'm trying to up my streams. I'm trying to do more streams. I was doing 3 streams I was doing 3 streams a week, 3 streams a week for a while. I've just upped it. I'm doing 4 streams a week now. So we might start doing even more than that. All right. Far in the northern reaches, there exists a type of nocturnal dragon known as the Rhyme Cutter Drake. Blue scale and quadrupedal, the Rhyme Cutter has one glowing blue gland on each of its shoulders and hips, and 5 along its spine, down its tail. These glands have unique property, produce moisture and significantly blah, 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 blah. All right, there's too much science words. What does it do? It creates ice armor. Okay. You're doing too much biology here, I think. I think you're dancing. I think you don't need to. I don't know. Maybe you're not. Maybe it's late and this is the last piece of homebrew I'm reading, but it feels like I want to be at vibe by the time I get to here. It used its armor for defense. You don't need to say that. What else would a thing use armor for? That's a waste of words. It shoots stuff. Okay, yeah, I don't know. Flavor text might be fine. It might be me feeling impatient at being late at night. But here's my feedback from you, Miles. Tired Cinder thinks this feedback is kind of long-winded and kind of dull. It's not super action-oriented. It doesn't really give us much other than, like, the biology, and it takes a long time to get us through that. That might be a little bit colored by me being tired, but that is also the honest feedback. Cinder, what are your thoughts on changing most spells to not be combo compatible and a DM supporting it instead of working with PCs to I have no idea. What does that mean, Greg? What do you mean by combo compatible? What do you mean? What does that mean to not make a spell combo compatible? Should I DM online and continue a campaign that we may not be as invested in as we can, or should I start with fresh groups with the hundreds of dollars of materials with new groups in person? Angel, I would do both. I would offer the home group to see if they wanted to keep playing online. And in the meantime, I would also look for people to play with. I'll say this. We're going to review this. I'm going to review the stat block of this monster in a second, Miles. But I want to talk this, because I actually think that's a really good point. I used to play D&D almost entirely in person. When the pandemic hit, I started playing online more. And then I transitioned to playing almost entirely online. Now I play more online than I do in person, but I do still play in person. They are very, very different beasts. And I genuinely think there are some things about playing online that are better than playing in person. And there are some things about playing in person that are better than playing online. But it is not a situation where playing in person is always better. When you have access to technology that everyone is forced to interact with, it speeds up so much of the game. And it allows for situations where you can have incredibly complicated combat encounters that fly by and feel like fucking action movie scenes. Like, when I'm playing online, I can very easily run a combat encounter that has 6 monsters that all have an entirely different stat block. That is totally chill. That's not stressful for me. That's really stressful. And by the way, and make them feel like different monsters. I don't think I can do that in person. So, I think that it might be worth it to play around with trying online to see if you guys like it. But here's the thing. If you're playing online, you have to decide that everyone is going to have better table manners a little bit and, like, not talk over each other. Also, I would strongly encourage you not to just be like, let's just play over Discord and use character sheets. I would strongly encourage you to figure out using a virtual tabletop, whether that's a free one like Owlbear Radio or a paid one. But using a virtual tabletop is it really does make a difference. And it makes D&D, you know what it does? Here's what it does. Genuinely, do you know what it does? Using a virtual tabletop makes D&D a little bit more like Baldur's Gate. That's what it does. For better and for worse, playing online is a little bit more like playing Baldur's Gate. You can have a much more complicated situation and much more weird interactions of features because you don't have to keep track of basically anything in your head. But it is also more limited in that way, in that it's less about, like, the role play can be stilted and it can be harder to do that sort of stuff. You prefer doing it over voice now? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I prefer. I'm more comfortable playing online now because I'm used to having a lot of tools and sort of like a wall that I thrust people through. But I like playing in person still. Okay, let's take a look at the actual monster. Rhyme Cutter Drake. CR6. Make sure you're doing all your math right here for the con and stuff and all the numbers. Let's see. It has rhyme armor. As long as the Drake has more than or equal to 40 hit points, it has vulnerability to bludgeoning damage, and its AC is 20. Additionally, a creature's grappling or being grappled by the Drake takes... Okay, can I make a suggestion? I think I see what's happening here. You're creating... You're trying to represent the glands. So you want this guy to have a little bit of a special ice armor. Ice armor that breaks easily, but gives them a higher AC. That's just what you should do. So here's what I would do. Give this thing 45 hit points. Rhyme armor. The Rhyme Cutter Drake has 35 temporary hit points, period. So long as these hit points exist, it has an AC of 20, and it is vulnerable to bludgeoning damage, period. That's it. Just do that. You could even have the additional feature, but you don't make it like when you go to half hit points you change. Just make it so they have a stack of extra hit points on top of it. Also, I do feel like that mechanically is sort of representing what they are, because it's not your hit points that these aren't your 40 hit points that it's hurting. It's just the ice armor. So make it the ice armor. Make it temporary HP. I think it's going to be much better. My only issue with playing online is grabbing all the art so my players have something to look at. See, I don't mind that. Because I'll also say this, though. I used to spend... Actually, it would be a little bit difficult now. But I used to spend a lot of time going through, like, Deviant art artists and Magic card art and, like, collecting art for, like, my home games or for, like, stuff in general. Like even if it was just, like, the background of my computer used to be, like, a moving picture of different weird monster art things. So I guess I have a lot of it, or I used to. I don't really anymore. But I've always felt like it was super easy. Like, I loved the idea that my players want to do something crazy. I quickly Google a picture of, like, a purple elephant. And then I just download the picture, put it up, it's there. Now there's a perfect looking purple elephant on the map, you know? The issue with temporary hit points is they don't stack when gained. Why does this thing need them to stack? I guess we'll see. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think my contention. I think I'm gonna be able to help you with this. As long as the Drake has less than 40 hit points, it emits an aura of frost. While emitting this aura, it regains 10 hit points at the start of each of its turns, and each creature that starts its turn within 10 feet of it has its speed reduced until the start of its next turn. The aura ceases until the end of its next turn if it takes any fire damage. I'm not sure how much of this language you copied from the troll, because the troll regeneration works very similarly. But I feel like, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, you either did not copy enough language, or you copied the language so directly that translating it into an aura made it sound weird. This aura ceases until the end of the Drake's next turn if it takes any fire damage is a bad sentence. This is like a really important part of this feature, and this feels like it was written by somebody speaking. This doesn't feel like it was written by a person. This feels like it was someone speaking speaking, and they weren't sure how they were going to finish their sentence. So if I were you, I would make sure your language is clear and smooth. And there are other things that basically do this that you can copy the language from. I'm going to be honest, man. I don't like this. I think my issue is that I disagree with the existence of this. So here's what I'd say. This is how I would do it. I think the regeneration of hit points, again, doesn't fit the vibe, because it doesn't make... The regeneration of the hit points does, if anything, makes this feel more dissonant from what the feature actually is. Because why is this creature... Like you are so forcing this triangle into a square peg by trying to make it just basic hit point. It really doesn't need to be that, dude. So here's how you do it. Here's what you do. Give this thing a feature where either as an action or a bonus action, it can give itself between 20 and 30 temporary hit points. And when it does, it gets all that stuff. And give it the ability to do that maybe twice a day. That's it. That's all this thing needs to do. First turn, uses its bonus action, covers itself in ice armor. They fight it for a second. Maybe they fight it for a round while it's in its ice armor, and then they break the ice armor off, and then it activates it again. It's going to be so much more satisfying, because if you do it with the regeneration thing, first of all, it's a little bit more tedious for the dungeon master to navigate that space and sort of keeping track of it. But also, and I think more to the point, it doesn't feel as good from the player perspective. Like, the coolest thing that you have in this is the idea that you have essentially a special armor that when you get through, it, like, pretty dramatically changes the monster in terms of its potential. Make that the crux of it. And if it's the healing is always going up, that's not going to feel like that. It's going to feel like you're going through the mud. Lean into it in an exciting way. Make it an I activate it, I gain 10 temporary hit points, and I get these 10 features, or 6 features while the temporary hit points last. And I can do this 3 times. Boom. Done. That's all it needs to be. All of this can be boiled down into one feature that probably will take up about as much space as one of these features. The regenerating armor does not strike fear into the heart. It does not. It does not. You think it's going to, because that's what it would do if it was in a movie. And that's what it would do if it was the beginning of combat, maybe. But the regenerating armor makes players frustrated and exacerbated. That's what it does. The regenerating armor makes players weary. It takes the pace of combat and slows it to a grind. Genuinely. I mean, I'm basically just suggesting you give this thing a version of the spell Armor of Agathis, which I feel like is what you were trying to do, and you did it in a very complicated way. But you don't need to, unless they use fire. Yeah, but that's the thing, Miles. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I agree that having a thing where it regenerates, but if you find the right thing, it turns that off is fine. And I think that's a good mechanic. I don't think that's a good mechanic here. The reason why I think that mechanic works really well on something like a troll or even a hydra is because it's a very small loop. A troll regenerates. If it takes fire damage, it doesn't regenerate. That's it. A hydra grows 2 heads in place of 1. It doesn't do that if it takes fire damage. That's it. You have taken that mechanic, and instead of allowing it to be its own thing, you have stuck it inside of another mechanic that has between 2 and 3 things going on. It is bloat. You have bloated it. And instead of even just doing that, you've sort of, not only doing that, you've actually shoved it into like 3 different things, because it's bloating this feature and it's bloating this. Do you see what I mean? Like, it just doesn't fit, man. It doesn't fit. It is not the move. It has a bite attack that does cold damage. It has an ranged ice shooting attack. That's cool. And it's a tail attack. Yeah. So I think that the core concept that you have here of, while it has its ice HP, it has other features. I think that's great. I think keep that. I think the implementation of that feature needs some work. That's how I feel. I think if you wanted to do the ice regeneration the way that it's written, where it's not like temporary HP that you activate and they turn on, it's like it regenerates. I think what I would need to see for that to feel like it was reasonable would be, this is not a creature that's wearing ice armor at all. This is like an ice monster creature that slowly rebuilds. And it always just has whatever the ice aura features are. And the regeneration is turned off by fire, but it is not tied to whether or not it's getting all those other features. Or it's the kind of thing where, and maybe that's what this is trying to do, and I'm just misreading it, but the idea that if you hit them with fire, it turns off all of the ice features, regeneration, all of them for a round. And if that's what you're trying to do here, that needs to be more clear also. Because right now I think you have a really cool idea, but I think that your cool idea is really getting hamstrung by the way that idea is getting implemented. I think it probably would work fine in your home game. In fact, I'm sure if you ran this for yourself, it would work fine, because all of the things that you're doing, I guarantee, are totally logical and make sense and clear to you because you wrote this. But for somebody that didn't write this, the journey that they have to go to, the journey that you have to take, that you take them through to figure out how this gameplay loop between these 2 features works, is overly convoluted and tedious. And it is a cool idea, but it gets lost in the sauce in terms of the expression of it. So another reason, honestly, why I think you should do the temp HP thing, because I feel like the most important thing to do here, one of the most important things to do is making sure the thing your feature is doing is expressed as simply and clearly as possible on the page. That matters so much more for monsters than it does for subclasses. You want to be clear in a subclass. You have to be clear in a monster. And by clear, I don't just mean expressing the ideas clearly. I mean having those ideas organized in such a way that the features are very easy to navigate. Because you have to think about, what do I use a monster stat block for? A character subclass is like a toy that the player gets. Yeah, they have to reference it, but they always have it with them. It's something they're using the whole campaign. Most likely, when you take a monster subclass, you're most likely going to use it between 1 and 3 times in a campaign, max. So you're not going to be nearly as familiar with it, most likely, than you are going to be with a subclass as a player. Which means you might need a little bit more time to navigate it. Or rather, maybe you don't need more time, but you are going to need to navigate it more to figure out how features work. And 2, you really want it to feel as evocative and cool as possible when you get to use it, because it's not going to be around for that long in the game. So when you're designing what features you're going to give your monster, not just designing what features you're going to give your monster, but designing how to put them on the page. You want to be putting them on a page in such a way that it is as easy as possible for the Dungeon Master to very quickly skim it and know what they're doing. To see the whole thing. You don't want them to have to figure out the loop by reading between the lines of the features or by seeing some things as some features and some things as... You want it to be as simple as possible. The other thing that you want to do is you don't want it to do too much that it starts to feel like it's not feeling like a unique thing. And I don't think your piece is doing too much right now, but I think it is dangerously close. Because right now, what is you're doing? When you have your armor up, you get higher AC, you deal damage when things attack you, and you slow things down near you. That's 3 things. That's a lot already. And those things all turning off when you take fire damage would be cool. But when you already have those 3 things, I don't think tying regeneration on top of that helps sell the fiction of this monster. If anything, I think having 3 is almost too many things for how uncomplicated this monster needs to be to sell its fiction. Like, 3 is good. 3 is fine. 4, now we're starting to be like, why does this monster that is kind of just... Like, it doesn't need this many things to feel like something. I'm going to end up losing track of what features work. And the more clearly you explain a feature... And the more clearly you express it, the more room you allow yourself on the page. I guarantee you, if you took some time and rewrote both of these features into one feature and figured out how to incorporate them into a way where you used maybe 2/3 of the words and maybe incorporated bullet points, you could put a whole new thing in here. And it would work really well. Because these 2 features wouldn't be taking so much mental real estate in terms of navigating how they work. And then also, literal on the page real estate. The 2 different modes of this monster should be playing into the strength of the modes. I don't see this monster as having 2 different modes. I see this monster as having an ideal mode and a hindered mode. And I think that hindered mode doesn't need anything special. I think the goal for the players are like, okay, cool, we now know this thing has 2 modes. Let's get it to hindered mode and try to keep it there so we can kill it fast. So I don't think it needs to be like, it now has this fighting style and it now has this fighting style. I think that misses the point. Because the point of this monster is that it has this shield that enhances it. When the shield is gone, it's less powerful. And I think that's a really cool gameplay loop. I think it's a really cool combat mechanic. I would not try to dilute it too much beyond that. Those are my thoughts, Miles. I think it's a really fun idea. I really like the concept. There are other D&D monsters that have similar features to this, where they have essentially a secondary health pool that they can dip into to either activate features, or when they have them, those features are active. Most of those monsters are very high CR, like CR 20+, but those sorts of mechanics do exist. Another thing that you might want to consider is sort of, you could also sort of flip it on its head a little bit. Let me give you an example. What if the Rhyme Cutter Drake always had 20 AC, always dealt damage to creatures that were grappled by it, always slowed creatures that were too close to it? All the time. Didn't matter how many hit points it had. It always had that. But if it took fire damage, those features would turn off until the end of its next turn. That would probably diminish it in terms of the feeling of like the armor is breaking and it's like a big chunk of armor, but it would sort of feel like that armor is breaking. And that mechanic exists all over the place in D&D. Probably the most famous one that I can think of is the Froghemoth. Did I spell it right? Here we go. So the Froghemoth does not have a bunch of extra powers, but the Froghemoth, which is a lovely monster, by the way. Look at this cutie. They have a thing called shock susceptibility, where when they take lightning damage, their speed is halved and they have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. So basically, it's like it is hampered by a certain damage type. You could be doing something like that. The hindered mode has the slowing aura. The ice armor doesn't. Wow. I barely noticed that, which I think speaks to, again, the issues of this thing being really poorly constructed in terms of making the ideas easy to find and understand. I think the ideas are really cool, but goodness, that probably is a really important piece of feedback for you to take too, is that you had to point that out to me, that is how that works, after I just read this thing pretty in depth. I just think there's maybe too much stuff going on. Maybe there's too much stuff going on. You know what, because you also, it's like at the very least, you should have like armor mode and not armor mode, as opposed to some of armor mode and how it works, other parts of armor mode and how it works. It's just not, yeah, it's just not working this way, dude. I don't really have much else to say other than I think I want to leave you with the idea that this is a cool feature if you can figure out how to express it in a way that is clear on the page. And I think part of that is going to be I think part of that's just going to be reorganizing the information. And maybe once you reorganize the information, you can kind of decide what's worth keeping and what's worth not keeping. But reorganizing the information into something that is actually clear and manageable is number one here. Bosses are generally harder while in their second hindered form. Shades, you just made so many assumptions about this monster. Why is this? What about this monster tells you it's a boss? I would say nothing. I would say this thing has no indicators of it being a boss. And I think having a monster that has a hampered mode could be cool. I also think not all monsters work that way. Too many assumptions, friend. I want to use this thing, but I need the ice armor reworded and kind of reworked. Yeah, I'm saying it's a cool idea. It's a really cool idea. You just got to... I think that you had a really clear vision. This is my guess. My guess is you have a very clear vision of this monster. And that you really wanted to avoid some things. And in order to... Or you really wanted to do some things. And I don't know exactly what those things are. But you had something was really important to get in there. And that is why you built them this way. And I think what ended up happening is you accomplished the goal of whatever that very specific idea was. But in doing so, you lost track of making other things kind of lose too much power. Or not power, but like sort of fall apart in order to uplift the thing that you wanted. And my guess is, because you mentioned earlier, my guess is the thing that you really wanted was the regeneration element. Because holy shit, does this become so much better from a easy to understand perspective if you decide, I don't care about regeneration. It just has an on mode and an off mode. And that's it. It's temporary hit points, and then it's not temporary hit points. I'm not saying that's better, because that is a very different vibe than what you have here. But I think that that's what's happened. That would be my guess. My guess is you knew what you were going for, but you got caught up on the regeneration and having it have different modes depending on HP instead of having it have That's what I think ended up happening. So it's one of those situations where whatever your specific goal is for this piece, I would like you to take 3 steps back and make sure that that the monster works in a way that has nothing to do with balance and has everything to do with logical and most efficient organization of information, because that is going to really help you look at it with new eyes, and you'll see where the cracks are. You'll see where it needs more. You'll see where something might kind of step on its own foot a little bit. But until you organize it a little bit more, that's going to be harder to see. But it's a great idea. It's a great idea. I think you said, did you say you were proud of the mechanic? I think that you should be. I know I just tore it up a little bit, but I want to be clear. I did not actually tear up the mechanic. I tore up the formatting of the mechanic, which unfortunately is more important the more nuanced and intricate and unusual you want your mechanic to be. But I think that you did accomplish a very fun mechanic here, and you should be proud of it. If formatting is your foe, this is going to be my suggestion. If you share this monster in my Discord, as is, this is what you're going to say. Tell them that formatting is your foe. So here's what you're going to say. You're going to say, hey guys, this is my rhyme cutter Drake. I'm struggling with the formatting for its main features, rhyme armor and frost glands. I want this feature to, and then say in normal language what you want the feature to feel like. I want this feature to feel like the players are constantly fighting to break this thing's armor so that they can get to its shell, and it's constantly this ever fight against the armor. Say that, and say, right now, it needs a little, I need to figure out how to, and I want to accomplish that feeling as best as possible while making this clear. Help me do that. Then people are going to help you do that. Formatting might be your old foe. Formatting is many of our foes, but it can also be a great ally. Do you remember? I'm gonna. Okay. We're gonna end soon, but I do want to give one final thought about the way that you're writing your things. You might have quite a lot of difficulty with formatting, and you might have quite a lot of difficulty with flavor text. Those are two big issues tonight. But I want to encourage all of you to keep working on them, and I want to remind you that when you do start to get a handle on them, they become genuinely 2 of the best powers that you have to sell your homebrew. Whether that's selling it for money, or getting people excited by it, or making it work, or whatever. Flavor text and formatting are challenging, but it is so valuable to try to overcome that challenge. It is so valuable. It will have a dramatic impact on so much more than you think it's going to. You will feel your game design getting better when your formatting gets better. You'll feel like your subclass features getting more evocative and specific yet widely applicable as your flavor text gets better. They are intrinsically connected. Anyway, you guys are all absolutely amazing. Again, if you want to ask me a question of any sort about D&D, tomorrow we are going to be doing a D&D Q&A. It's not going to be a call-in show. It is going to be focusing on chat and submitted questions. You can ask them anonymously. You can do whatever. So people can submit questions. We're gonna go through. I'm gonna answer all of the ones that feel that seem appropriate. I might skip a couple if they're very repetitive.
Clap.
Or they're like kind of just trolling. I don't think we're gonna get any, but I'll look beforehand. We will, and then the other thing that I will do is I will answer questions from chat, and specifically tomorrow, if you super chat your question, if you donate $1 when you ask your question, I will bump you to the front of the line. So that's going to be the deal for tomorrow. We're going to be, and it's going to be a longer stream. It'll be one of these. It'll be one of these 4 to 5 hour streams. So hopefully, regardless of whether or not you want to do the thing where you super chat to get bumped in the line, I think I'll try to get to as many as possible. I think the reason why I got to so few of them of the last stream was because I was doing call-in show and question answer show, and I don't want to do both at the same time. So I think I'd rather focus on folks calling in or focus on sort of all of us discussing questions where people can be a little bit more anonymous in their asking of questions. They can ask a little bit more vulnerable things or weirder things or whatever. Does that sound good to everybody? I hope so. All right, folks, listen. You guys are absolutely amazing. Take care of each other. Be good to each other. Don't forget to feed your pets. Phil, Baba, thank you for the 5. Have an amazing night. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you. Bye. Don't leave just yet. Check this shit out. Check this out. Wait.
I don't think about
Look at this. Who do we got here? Let's see. Oh my god. Sebastian, Jay Shane, Meriden, 5zark, Melissa, The Red Prince, Tyler Johnson, Derek Todd, Daniel, Judy Booty, Hassan Mackey, thank you for following. New members, Pixie Palettes, Rob Imagination, CPR, Casper, Dapper, Samboy, The Deviant Decoy, Raven, Darius Cummins, Thorn, your champions, moderator, Stream Elements. Also, wait, there are other mods were here. Also, super chats from Artist, Pixie, Data, Rex, and Philip Mead. Thank you guys. You guys are all amazing. Also, Tradosio is in here. Also, I'm a Moron was in here. I don't know. I'll make sure you show up on the next. I don't know why it didn't work. Anyway, I love you. You guys are amazing. Have a good night. Take care of your pets. Go watch my new YouTube video if you haven't watched it yet. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
walking out that door. Never hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms. And we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes. But we don't talk about it.